Hello? Right, now I'm live. Something happened. Didn't connect the first time. Or did it connect the first time? No, I guess it didn't. Alright. So this is it. This is the start of the stream. Hello, hello. Again. Voyage Chaos Father. Hello. Hello. Yeah, so as I was saying before I realized my stream was not actually running, I'm going back to my old project. I mean, it's not really old, it's one of the newest ones, right? The one that I have not been working for a while, the cast programming language. I need to make progress on it. What do we start with though? There's a lot of things that we can work on. But I thought that maybe like I should update the website to reflect the current state a little bit more. Some of that is not actually said that projects are never meant to complete. Yeah, but is this really a side project? I don't have a lot of projects, right? There is Linksider, the game. There is Cast, the programming language, and then there is Factorio, the game that I'm playing. The other projects are side projects, like a Twitch bot, for example, which is not running right now, and I don't care about it not running because that is a side project. But I don't know if I mean this project is just too big to be finished. I kind of, but if we can get it to some usable state, that would be really nice. All right. I mean, it is already usable, right? I did solve the Advent of Code with it. First something like 10 days, I think. Let's see. Projects, cast, website. Wait, is the website on its own thing? Is it on its own thing? GitHub. Create source examples. Yeah, I think there is only code here. I moved the website into its own thing indeed. So we have right now 3 repositories. We have the website itself. We have the programming language itself, the website, and the playground. Playground also is not really like updated for a while. Okay, here we go. What's in my flake? We have Zola, and I think we just do Zola serve, right? And then we go to over here. Why can I not hover the does that need like a plugin for the NeoVim? Probably. And select just like that. And go here. Alright, there you go. Yeah, because it's not a terminal. I'm running NeoVide. If I was running in Alacrity in the terminal, I would be able to click the links. But since this is a GUI, it needs to implement it itself, the GUI. Okay. The reason they look different is because of the different scale factors. This is what the website looks like with 100%. I don't think I care about the looks too much, but about the text. Mostly. Content, index, HTML, and title. Title is cast, not use. All right. So this is the text that we have here, right? It's all in one file. And then there's the hello worlds. Yeah, this is Markdown. I'm using Zola, the static website generator. It's parsing my Markdown, converts it into HTML, yes. Hello, Nigel. Makes it easier to just write text on the website, right? We just want to describe the language, right? So let's see, let's just go to the bottom here. Current state, this page briefly describes some ideas of the language. Current work is focused on getting proof of concept and implementation. The language is not usable. That's totally fine. All right. And then we describe the different aspects of the language, right? I think this maybe is a little bit too long. Since this is just the front page, I think you're at work for 4 more hours. All right. Sure. Good luck with work. Can you watch the streams at work? This Buzz, hello, hello. I'm not sure if I'm going to write code for today. We'll see. Don't really have a plan, but I did want to get back to this project. Basically, that's it. We'll figure it out. I'm going to work on the quantifier part. I mean, if you want to finish it yourself, you can do it yourself. I can work on the other things. Making good docs is hard. Never know how much detail is needed. Do I spec out everything? It's like these docs are just so that, I mean, it's not even for the people at this point yet, right? Because the language is not usable, obviously. It's mostly just so that I can like organize my thoughts, my own thoughts, I guess. It's mostly just for myself. Maybe for some people who will come to the stream and ask what kind of language am I making, right? So it's not like really the docs. Because the language is like going to be changed most likely. And it was changed since we last worked on this website anyway. Okay, let's see. So it's a powerful language. While a language being easy to learn is a nice thing to have, it should not be done at the cost of missing features. Right? I think this can stay here. Reliable, because it's focusing more on programs ease of maintenance. They're focusing on the speed of prototyping. Sure. Minimal, but general. Minimal set of core features. In 4 hours, alright. Zaka, is your language spec'd out fully? I don't remember. You had your own language, right? Zaka. You stream? 7 followers. Probably not. If a feature can be broken down into simpler ones, it should not be in the core. I think this like general stuff is kind of okay. I can maybe take a look at this piece of code actually and see if it was changed. If it needs to be changed, the logic here. I mean the syntax to be the same as we currently use actually. I don't have the function definition at the same time as defining this as a generic function right now as one thing. Throws Hold on a second. How does my language work again? Projects, cast, lang, cast. We can just REPL here, right? Can we? Wait, is it working? Yeah, okay, it was compiling. Fail to compile function. Okay, it actually doesn't work right now. You know any ways to have custom semantic coloring? Custom semantic coloring. I think you can, I don't know. Do you use Zola too? Zola. Custom syntax highlighting. Syntax highlighting. If the language you want to highlight is not on the list, the extra syntaxes and themes configuration option can be used to add additional syntax and theme files. Hello, Bad Cop. Bad Cop says, wow. Super excited to finally announce what I've been working on since my last departure from boot.dev. A lot of the work has gone into this one. The boot games. Now that's a wow. What? I thought you were preparing any streaming like thing, but you were working on like a game studio. Your startup? Is it just you? Oh, I forgot to like it. Brand new online learning. Oh, it's a learning platform, right? You can master the art of competitive online video gaming. Oh, I thought it is like I thought it's about making games for some reason. Boot games. Start winning. Oh, it's for winning? Okay. It's an April's Fool joke. Nice. Oh shit, I forgot it's the first April. I should have done something different today, right? Something stupid. Oh no. Something like making a language. Yeah. Right, anyway, Zaka, it seems like with Zola you can do your own custom syntax theme with Sublime syntax thing. Wait, can I do this for my write some async Rust? That's stupid enough. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the code base for the language that I'm making here. It's all async. Yeah. Maybe I should highlight my own language here. So I need to do syntaxes. Cast.sublime syntax. Right? How do we do that? Let's say that this is AS. Right? So it's right now it doesn't exist, so it's not going to be highlighted. Syntaxes cast.sublime syntax. All right. Now what do we do there? Sublime syntax file format. Good April Fools would be preparing for Ludum there. Sublime syntax are YAML files with a small header following by the list of contexts. Oh, okay. Scope, keyboard Control C. Sublime syntax, or I mean, if I make a Sublime syntax file, then I can have actually the syntax highlighting in my VS Code too, right? Or in my NeoVim. Can I? Right? Because they can also do the same thing. We will have syntax highlighting everywhere. I just need to figure out what the hell is this. Name C, file extensions CH, scope, source C. What does it even mean? The scope. Sublime YAML files with a small header followed by a list of contexts. Each context has a list of patterns that describe how to highlight text in that context and how to change the current text. Here's a small example of syntax file designed to highlight C. This core syntax definition assigns scopes, keyword control C. To areas of... Okay, so scope is like what? Scope is like the tag of the scope of a text. So like a keyword. So these are the keywords, right? These scopes are used by color schemes to highlight the text. The syntax file contains one context, main. How do you do syntax highlighting with changes? Depends on your code. Well, we can do the standard syntax at least, right? I don't know. But I think in general, in the like I did not look into language servers yet, but I think you can do the syntax highlighting from the language server. So the language server can figure out the dynamic syntax, right? You can do tree-seeder. Tree-seeder cannot do like dynamic one, right? Yeah, tree-seeder is supposed to be independent of the, I think, of you do it in the language server, you walk the syntax tree and color things based on node regexes never work. Well, tree-seeder is not really regexes, right? Or is this regex match? Oh wait, so Sublime Text actually does this based on regexes? Yeah, this is a regex for sure. It's an Oneguruma regex engine. But I mean, this is the only thing that I can use for Zola, right? For the website. So I mean, I can start with that. That's good for. Keep RS and forget it, not worth the pain. Okay. Alright, fine. Let's work on something else. We can also like change the static website generator, right? Well, the most popular one is the Hugo. Static website generator. What can you do with Hugo? Syntax highlighting. Let's see. Search the docs. Syntax. Highlighting styles. Highlight code example using one of these styles. Styles. No, this is styles, right? Syntax highlighting languages. These are the supported languages. Use one of these identifiers, not the language name, when specifying a language for the transform highlight function. Highlight shortcode, fenced code blocks. So what if the language is not supported? Okay, so they don't. So this one doesn't even have a way to do a different language, right? It's only the ones that it supports. And if it's not supported here, then fuck you. Okay. DJ made a cool thing for this, actually, but his website is down. For highlighting code. Can you put color tags directly around the tokens? Yeah, but I don't really want to do that manually, right? Okay, wait a second. Maybe I can do something like, can I execute, when I am generating my website, can I execute a command line, something that generates HTML? Can I do that? Wait, what? What do you mean? NVim Obsidian, what is that? NeoVim can emit HTML. Let's use it to make beautifully styled HTML blocks in Obsidian. You can read about it here. TJTV. .404. 404. 404. Okay. The website has been deleted. A video coming soon. Okay. 3 years ago. Nice. NeoVim can emit HTML. Let's use it to make beautifully styled HTML blocks in Obsidian. I don't know what Obsidian even is. And what do you mean NeoVim can emit HTML? NeoVim can emit HTML from like the NeoVim can highlight your code and emit HTML out of that? Really? Obsidian is note-taking app? Maybe. Okay, anyway, here's what I wanted to see. Can I use command line utilities to generate HTML for my Zola website? Like Zola built-in commands, build serve. What? That's not what I want. It started. I can have my own custom functions, right? But can I have a function backed by like something that we can implement in Bash? Yo, Betcop, is there a static website generator in Bash? If not, you should make one. There are? Is there something like execute? I don't think like Zola can do this. What about Hugo? Jamstack generators. Site generators. List of static generators for Jamstack sites. What's Jamstack? Next.js. A framework for statically exported React apps. Fast and flexible static generator. So yeah. So is Next.js more popular now? I thought this is a relatively new thing. You can filter language at the top. Like Bash. Simple static generator for photo essays. Single Bash script to create blogs. I don't think I will be changing, but no. Like, why do they not have the feature though? It's it's. I think it's a really nice feature to have in general in your static website generator to be able to execute random shit, right? No? What if I try to get the GitHub here? Issues. Execute. Register a Terra function in order to execute complex logic like calculating read time. Zola uses the Terra engine. I would like to calculate the read time of my markdown posts. One way I think it could be done is by adding a Rust function in the Terra engine. Oh, we can write Rust code, or can we? Like Terra is the engine that is being used under the hood. It's not possible currently. For the next version of Terra, I'm thinking of allowing some scripting languages like Rye or Wasm functions. Not coming anytime soon though. Also, if you want, I could make a PR with small comment about not having support for registering common custom functions to Terra. If you don't think it's necessary, you can just close the issue. Jekyll and Hugo both can. All right. Execute. Execute as template. This thing. Hugo pipes. That it. Create a resource from a Go template, parsed and executed with the given context. Resource executed. Returns a resource created for a Go template, parsed and executed within the given context. Returns a resource created from a Go template, parsed and executed for the given context. Caching the result using the target path as cache key. You're looking up what you did? Oh, did you do that for yourself too? Somewhere? Fingerprint. Can I just execute some script? Let's see, script maybe? Hugo pipes, JavaScript. I mean, the bundle, transpile, reshake, code split, and minify JavaScript resources now. Yo. Custom. Create custom shortcodes. Lookup order methods. Examples. Maybe you can't in Hugo, if you did. I don't know, maybe I'm just not looking for it. Let's ask ChatGPT. Can I have in Hugo website generator code? Can I execute some bash script to generate HTML using exec in Hugo's template? Okay, so you can read file. Hugo doesn't allow executing arbitrary shell scripts directly within templates for security reasons. That kind of makes sense. However, we can pre-generate. Like, this is the option that I can do right now anyway, right? I can pre-generate, like, outside of my website generator, and then include it. But that's a little bit weird, right? Because I want to use it for... yeah. For syntax highlighting, kind of. Hugo gen hooks. Custom Hugo output format. Do Ruby in Jekyll. Okay, I think we don't care about it. It's too difficult. Eventually, we write our own website generator, of course, and we have that feature, right? And we write our custom logic in cast, of course. Okay, so you say we don't care about the Sublime syntax bullshit. We don't care about anything. We keep this to be RS. Whatever. Compiled or interpreted. I think over here I just need a little bit. Like that. Because I changed the syntax. I don't know. Also, I'm kind of lazy. I don't know. To work on the website. Maybe we start with working on the code, actually. Because I need to remember myself what can I put here, right? Really need to remind myself what can I put here. Maybe we'll work on the website some other time. Hold on. I didn't have a plan for today, alright? So once again, this was not working, right? Because currently the language is broken. The standard library is not working for some reason. Okay, what did we have at all? Git status has a modified cargo lock. Why is that? Oh yeah, okay. I put this thing on the crates.io. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so I just need to look what the problem is then. So we are trying to compile the function stdlib 216, stdlib 216 over here. List mut push. Expected list type, got type. Okay, I think I understand what's happening here. Hello, Veldak. Yeah, I introduced the references. That's what I did. That's the last time I was working. I was working on the ownership system, right? So we have the references now, right? As you can see here, this is something that we did not have before. So before, the list push was a function that took a list and returned a new list with the added element in the end. But now I want to like mutate the lists in place, right? Oh, Jerem. So I introduced the references. And the error thing here is saying that but that's unsafe. References are unsafe? What do you mean? No. It's safe. But this is not the full signature. In the like, yeah, this is not like the full signature, right? Because obviously this doesn't say at mute list, right? Because this is not a mutable reference. Because I'm not yet sure, but instead of using mutable references, we have the effect of mutation. So we say that this is a function that takes a reference to the list this reference, we probably have like a name for it, you know, like list or something, like a lifetime in Rust. I don't know. Let's say we just have something like this syntax reference named A. I don't know. And then this will have the effect mutate A. Something like that is what I'm imagining. Syntax though is I'm not sure about, but for now in the interpreter we don't do the checking of it. We don't do borrow checking. We do runtime borrow checking. So it's not unsafe, but it's like going to result in a panic if you try to mutate something that you're not allowed to mutate. But the actual error that we have here, we have types, right? So specifically this, so this is a function type, right? A function type which takes a tuple of two types, returns an empty tuple, a unit. So the first element of this tuple is a reference type. So the reference is a reference to another type. So this over here must be a type. But if I go into a REPL and if I say like list, let's see, use std. Can I do that? Right? List int32, right? So list int32 is a list of types. It's not a type, right? What I want is a type level thing. Does that make any sense? So like we have so like similar to tuples, right? When I say int32 and int32, what is this? Is this a tuple of two types? Why is this recursive? Not sure. I think it's not recursive, it's just because it's the same type. Anyway, so this is either a tuple of two types like this, right? Yes. Or it can be just a single type. Right? That should also work. Why is it so slow? Yeah, my language is also really slow. Oh, I overflowed the stack. Amazing. But yeah. So tuples like this could mean two things. Right? Because I can have like 1, 2, which is int32 and int32, which means that this over here is in type position, so this is a type, right? Yeah. But I can also say that this is just two types. Yeah. So type level tuples versus value level tuples. Is that what it's called, right? And so similar to this, we have lists. So we have type level lists and value level lists. The way this works right now is based on defaults, I think. So whenever I see a list t, this is defaulting. So like the type of this expression, list t, the type of this expression is a list of some other type, whatever type of t is, right? But in fact, we don't want to have a type to be a list t. We want the type to be actual type. So the way it works in other programming languages is because like the types are not treated as values. You can see in which position we're trying to compile the code. But right now, I'm not doing that. But maybe I should. There is a lot of problems with that for me. Do I always know if I am in the type context right now or not. I don't think I always have this information. All right. Maybe I can fix it the way it works right now. Expected list type, got type. Let's just try different things. So if I say list of int32, this is a list of types, right? Because like this allows me to say list int32 and int32, right? This is still a list of types, but it has two types inside of this list now, right? Yeah. Type. And this is a type, okay. Wait, what happens if I have a multiple here? Is it going to panic? Yeah. So list type must be a list of a single element, where the element is the inner type. Yes. Okay. That's correct. Okay, and then we do a reference, right? So here we go. A reference to int32. What is this? Why does it say 44440? Wait, that's weird. What's 4440? Int32 is not 4440. Huh? Okay, but this is a reference to a type, right? This is not a type, which is a reference type. It's a reference to a type, because types are values. Okay. Maybe the problem is the references that I need to fix. Something. So like I want to be able to do a reference to like int32 as a type, right? It does work though here. Okay. But if I say a reference to list of int32 as a type, then it will have this error. So this is literally the same error as I have in my standard library. Why does this not work? Can I have a list int32 as a type? No. Okay. So I cannot combine multiple things that can be both values and types. Maybe that's the issue. So it's not even about the references. Fine, let's take a look at the code. Compiler. Something. So when I'm compiling a list expression, for example, right? I compile the expression, which is a list expression. Okay, that makes sense. And then when I initialize it, I like, what is the type of the list expression, right? I'm saying that this is a not inferred type, but the default type of a list expression is a list type, right? But it can also be inferred as a type. I think it's just not propagating the type here inside. That's what it looks like to me. So when I infer the fact that a list expression is a type, it means that the thing that is inside the list should be a single element, which also should be a type, right? Yeah. So element type is new, not inferred. Element type. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is it. I think I found it. I think this is easy. All right. I remember now how my code works. We say element type should be should be a type. Right? Is that what I do? Make same. Let's try. Cannot borrow is mutable. Okay, sure. Clone. It's just going to work. No, it didn't work still. Not for the standard library at least. But maybe there is the same thing for the references. So let's see. But if I do list int32 as a type, as okay, std type, std int32, we overflow the stack. Amazing. Okay. Use std list int32 type. We overflow the stack. All right. Let's see. Why is that? Is it because of these are checks or something? Let me do the logging here. Print inferred list at span to be a type. Right? Can I do that? Print. And done. Something. Like, because this is... Your stack overflows too. All right, let's see. List int32. List std int32. Okay, so like if I don't say that this is a type, then by default it's not a type, right? It's just a list inside of which we have another list, instead of which we have the type int32. So it's a list of types. But if I say that this is a type, and then it's inferring the same thing. Okay, so it's inferring the same thing to be a type recursively forever. Okay, why is that? So there are two things that I infer, right? The list that starts at 0 ends at 21. So the full list, and then the inner list. Yes, and then when I say that the full list must be a type, then I'm telling that the inner list must be a type, but then the inner list, for some reason, says that the outer list also must be a type. But the inner list should know nothing about the outer list, no? Let's see, what am I also saying here? For value in values. Element type make same as value type. So, this says that all the elements in the list must have the same type, which we assign to element type. Yes. The type of the expression itself is a not inferred type, but it defaults to a list of these element types. Yes. Once I have inferred the type actually, I'm saying that the element type is also a type. Yeah. I don't see anything wrong here. So why do I have infinite recursion? If my code is list int32, there should not be any connection there. Let's see here, add check, maybe. Run checks. Maybe I'm running checks too often. When am I running my checks? What up, Caster? What up, Raymarch? I'm just trying to remember how my code works. Last time I was starting to implement the ownership system, and there is something wrong with the type inference. Because we have like types treated as values, and it like messes things up a little bit, you know, because when I say like a reference to an int32, it can be a type, which is a reference to int32, or it can be a reference to a value, which is the value is the type int32, right? So it can mean two things. Ask about how my code works. Don't have it in NeoVim. All right, let me take a quick break for 5 minutes. Oh, I'm back. Sorry. So you mean it can be either a type U32 or a reference to U32? Yeah. No, it can be. Hold on. I don't know if yours is clear, but the you can have a reference to int32 in code, right? What can this mean? Because when you see int32 in code, what is that? Well, I mean, int32 is always a type, so it doesn't really matter. But when we say a reference to int32, this can be either a type or it can be a reference to the actual int32, right? Because a reference, like you say, when you say a reference to like 1 to 3, this is always a reference to like some int type, right? Int32, right? This is the type of it, right? But when you say a reference to int32, that can mean two things. It's going to be either a type or a reference to a type, because int32 is a type, right? Yes. So like, how do I know which one is this when I see it in code? That's the problem that I have. So right now, the way I solve it is I have the defaults. So by default, when I see this in code, it's default into a reference to a type, because it's assuming that this is in a value context and not in a type context. But once the type inference goes, we can infer that the expression must be a type, in which case I treat it differently. You think it's solved by making type stuff prefix and using postfix for everything else? The prefix sucks anyways. Wait, are you saying that we should have a different syntax? Yes, I did think about this. There's a different syntax. There is other things. It's not only about the references, right? Here's the other examples. What is this? When you see this in code, what is this, right? This can be a type, or this can be a this, right? Because in this, and this thing on the right side is this thing at the top, right? So this thing can also mean two things. Another example would be like int32 and int32. What is this? This is a type, or this can be a tuple of two types. Literally the same thing. There's also lists, which are the same. For list, I have like this syntax. This can be a type, or it can be a list of types. I mean, let's just use the square brackets because it's the same thing. I just don't have the syntax for just the square brackets. Either you solve it with syntax or you keep the ambiguity and try to infer, like the Rust integer. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to infer, but I'm not doing it with Rust integer. I'm doing it with the defaults. Well, I mean, it's kind of like Rust integer then, right? Because when in Rust we see the integer, then it defaults to an int32. But if the type inference infers it to be a specific type, then we use that specific type, right? So technically, I'm doing it literally the same as in Rust. Yeah. So by default, yeah, I'm doing literally the same thing, yes. So by default, I infer like a reference to int32 to a reference type, to a reference to a type, but like it can be inferred to be just a type, yeah. Default is i32 and f64, a fact I'm painfully aware of, because it fucks with my call gen. Yeah. We already have like the customization of the default integer types. It works in a different way though, does it? No, it actually, no, hold on. I have the same thing already for integers, right? But I can customize the defaults is the only difference with Rust. And I can get rid of the thing. Do you like postfix ref and ref? So like same as in C, right? So instead of we have int32 star as a pointer to an int. I don't know. Do you like that more? This? Postfix deref. Why is it better? Like, let's say that you have... Yeah, I mean, for the reference, postfix, I guess, is better indeed. But for the types, is it better? For the same reasons? Like, there's also other things. Like, we have the generics, right? So we have option int32, right? But this also means that the option is prefix. Can you somehow make int32 int32 option? Do you like invert that thing too? Swift has int32? Yeah, I think Swift has int32 as a type. Why? Oh, question mark is an option. Yeah, but like, I mean, in general, it's not only about like, I mean, we can have special syntax for options, sure. Yeah, int32 question mark is good. I agree, but it could also be question mark int32 because of an optional, like, because like I feel like having the like if it's prefix or suffix, it should be always the same, right? So in general, when you define your own generic type, you know, if it's foo, not option specifically, if it's foo int32, this is a prefix, right? You want to find operators on types? You can. You can. I mean, you can have custom syntax in my language, so you can do T%R already. Yeah. So yeah, I guess it depends on the type, kind of thing, right? So like similar for the math in languages in general, right? Like some of the operations are infix, some of the operations are prefix, some of the operations are suffix operations, right? Postfix, prefix operations. It depends on the operation and whatever makes sense. So like, yeah, guess we don't really have to make a decision there, except for like these actual operators of the like ampersand and a question mark for options. All right. Anyway, we are being sidetracked as always. Always kind of annoyed having to write lists of A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can do with types everything you can do with normal values. So you can have a function from a list of types, which is going to be evaluated at compile time with no problems. But yeah, okay. So I have just I was just explaining the issue that I have, right? And then I have a problem with recursive with infinite recursion right now for some reason. So we have a bug. Because run checks. When does the run check run? Get or default? Yes. The language as it is right now. Can you define the intersection of two enum types as A and B? Right now I cannot get the like I just need to build the like a way to query the type information, right? Which I don't have right now. Like in order to make a function which makes an intersection, you basically need to have a compile time reflection, right? Which I can make, but I have not made it yet. But that's something that is planned, similar to like how Zig does it. You know, in Zig you can just write a compile time function which iterates over the fields, right? Zig doesn't have like enums, or does it have enums? I don't remember. No, I think it doesn't, right? But you can like query the information about the types at compile time, so we will be able to do the same thing, and you can generate a new type based on that. Can use Zag and Zig. I don't know. Let's ask ChatGPT. Use Zag and Zig. Absolutely. Sometimes the best way to stand out is to zag when everyone else is zigging. Huh? What? Does Zig have invalid states unrepresentable? No. It's everything is public language, yes. Yes. There is like... There was a discussion about it. The author of Zig thinks that everything should be public. But only the fields for some reason. So like methods can be private, but fields must be public. I don't know why, but that's their opinion. It's a weird one, yeah. I think it was downvoted a lot. Zig, Lang, yeah, there we go. Proposal private fields, look at this. Close as not planned, right? Close as not planned. Here's the reasoning. If you really want to look at this. There are many properties that can be leaked into public interface of an API. For example, size alignment of a struct, performance characteristics of a given function implementation, whether a function can be executed at comp time, existence, non-existence declarations, and more. It is up for the documentation of a given package to specify what exactly we are protecting. What exactly counts as breaking and what does not. So it's a package that decides what's a breaking change and what's not in Zig, basically. All right. Whenever a given field is public API or not, is one more item on the list. Yo, Set Pepper, thank you for the raid. How are you guys doing? How was your Rust project? You were writing Rust, right? The idea of private fields and getter-setted methods was popularized by Java, but it is an anti-pattern. Fields are there, they exist. They are data that underpins any abstraction. My recommendation is to name fields carefully and leave them as part of the public API, carefully documenting what they do. A good example of a field protected by a mutex, unprotected counter, usize. This field must be accessed only when mutex is held. So the idea of Zig language is that this logic should be enforced by the documentation. Which is like absolutely like stupid like to me, but I don't know. There are some people that agree with that. Yeah, that's like one of the reasons I'm not writing Zig. There are obviously good parts of Zig too. What do we do? How do I like debug? All right, for the readers, we're making my programming language. I'm getting back to Cast, which is my programming language. I have an issue with my type inference right now because in my language we have types as values. So I can, like, similar to Zig, we can run in compile time some code which calculates something based on other types treated as values, right? And this leads to things where some like code can mean multiple things depending on the context, right? Like, for example, a unit, right? Just the simplest example again, a unit can be two things. If you look at Rust code, the unit tuple like this, it can be present in multiple places. It can be placed in a value context or in a type context. So this can be either a type, or it can be a unit type, right? In this case, it's a value unit. It's not a type unit, right? So there is type level like units and value level units. Type level tuples, value level tuples. Same thing goes for references. We can have a reference to int32, and this can be a type, or it can be a reference to a value of int32, which is like which means that it's just a reference to a type. If that makes sense. How could you clone a TCP stream such that it's got multiple owners and can be stored globally for reuse? You can just do an arcmutex, I guess, always, if you are having these questions. Some fields are meant to be publicly accessible because they're part of the contract, and some fields are meant to be private as part of the implementation and not safe for public consumption. Yes. Yes. You hear me out. What if unit is the generic empty thing for all levels, valued level, type level, and kind level? I don't really have kind levels. Like a higher kinded types is something that we have, but it's because, so like, what is a higher kinded type for me, right? Or I mean, just something like an option, right? What is an option? It's a template, which I mean, I'm calling these templates, but it's basically a type. It's basically a function that takes, in this case, a type. So we say for all t. I don't remember my syntax. Let me try. For all t. For all t. T. There you go. For all tt. So this basically is like same two functions, right? So the identity function is something like x returning x, right? The only difference between functions and like templates for me is that templates are like, when you call the same template with the same argument, it's the same result. It's like, yeah. Right. Does that make sense? But in general, there is nothing really different between a function and a template for me. Pure. I mean, the purity, or everything is pure. We are basing the things on side effect, on the effect system, right? I think I could technically have the templates have effects, but I'm not sure. Yeah, right now they are pure. Kind of. I mean, the effect system doesn't really work right now, but the idea. All right, what was the question? Kind of like how 0 in math is notation for any n-dimensional vector with zeros only. Yes. I mean, that's what we are doing, right? That's why, like, the same things can mean different things, right? So, like, you're saying that 0 can mean not only, like when I say 0, right now I don't have any defaults, right? So number literal type could not be inferred. But we could say, like, that 0 is an int32, right? Or we can say that 0 is an int64. and like, or you say that it should also be possible to be treated as a vector of int32s, right? I don't have the vectors, but yeah, and like so similarly to that, we have the units, which depends on the type inference, what it actually means. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. All right, I just have a bug right now somewhere. I'm not sure where. Where when I'm saying that this is a type, but I have a reference for up references. I also cannot have a reference of references because that's because of the lexer, though. It's treating this as a single token right now. I need to do this. And this also doesn't really work. Okay, maybe I need to fix my parsing too a little bit. Expected reference type got type. Okay. I mean, that's the same thing as I was doing with my lists, but with ref. Is there an expression ref? Over here, right? So when a reference is inferred to be a type, it means that the inner type must also be a type. T2SDE, yo, hello. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome, guys. How is your day? I'm writing a Rust here, and I'm making my own programming language with Rust. And I'm having a little bit of a problem with infinite recursion right now. In my type inference. But also, if you have types of types, like int, number, array, iterable, shouldn't a binding to a type somehow have k be a number? Wait, what? Hold on, I don't understand. So you can write a function on number types? What do you mean function on number types? I mean, what's the number types? You can, like, it's same as traits, I guess, in Rust, right? You want to make a generic function that works with any numbers, right? In that case, you make a generic function. Case a number as opposed to just an std type. What do you call it? I'm not sure what the question is. If you want to make a function that runs on all types that are numbers, not on all values that are numbers. Yes. On all types that are numbers. Well, I mean, technically, it's like this is similar to, let's say that I want to have a function that not works for all integers, but only for like even integers, right? Because that's the same thing. This can be like done with something like refinement types, I guess. But without those, it will have to be a runtime check. So you can write a function that takes as an argument a type, but then inside the function you can have an assertion or something that the type is actually a number, right? So similar to how you can have an assertion that an integer is an even integer and not just any integer, right? Like, let's say I have a function packed into SIMD that takes number types and generates SIMD types for them. Yes. So like you will So what's a make SIMD in this case, right? Make SIMD, you want this to be a function of type into a new type, right? So it generates a SIMD type. Or I guess it's not just a type, it's a type and how many of those we have, like, right? So like hue size or whatever you call this, right? But this obviously should only work not for all the types, but only for specific kind of types, which in this case it will be like a runtime check. But since this function is supposed to be a compile time function, right? It's going to be ran at compile time. This runtime check is essentially a compile time check, right? Does that make sense? It's same as you would do it in Zig language. So the answer is no. I mean, the answer is yes. Like do they have in Ziglang SIMD with Zig? Is there a thing? Are there any jobs for Zig? I don't see any major jobs. I have no idea. I'm not really into jobs. Also, I'm talking about Zig, but I'm not really a Zig programmer. I'm mostly writing Rust. Zig is just having this nice feature of the comp time, which is the only nice feature of the language, basically, for me. And since I'm making a language which has also compile time similar to Zig, that's why I'm talking about it. How are you paying for the bills? Well, I mean, I have a job. I'm just like not really thinking about it too much. I have enough money. Making money is not that difficult, right? But I'm doing it with Java right now. Not with Rust. Not with Zig. The LSP won't tell me that f32 is not a number and point to my line. It will tell me assertion failed in maximd. Well, I mean, the I mean, making sure that the errors can be customizable. Let's just try. Is there a Zig playground? I mean, I don't remember how to write Zig anymore. Function make SIMD t type. Do you just do type in Zig? I don't remember. It's a function that returns a type, right? Why cannot press enter? Wait, what? Why can I not press enter in this thing? Swing? No, it's not swing. We have our own custom. I never worked with swing. This is a stupid playground. I cannot even press enter there. Alright, you understand what I mean? You try to ask the question in a way that points at the k type where type is a number thingy, and that if it's part of the type system or not. So not right now. I have it in my to-do list. There is things that I want to look at. There is refinement types. There's also dependent types, which are interesting, but refinement types is definitely something to look into. So refinement type is basically, it would allow you to say that it's not just a type, but it's a type, like, I don't know how you like write it, but something like type which is number, something like this, you know, similar to how if you want to make a function, like I was saying about the even integers, right? Like, you know, takes even. is so like, how do you write a function that takes only even integers, right? You cannot just say that it's an int into like something, right? You must, like, there is no information about the fact that this is an even integer, right? So you want to say that int which is even, you know, or something. Somehow you want to specify this here. This is called refinement types. So it's basically a type annotated with a predicate. Refinement types. What's the best example of a language? Refinement types. Yeah, I mean, like, so like in math, you say is that it's a natural number that's more than 5, right? That's how you write it in math. Will you look at your portfolio? Sure. I can. If you want. Definitely not doing anything useful right now. People are ready to do anything for money. Some even work. I'm a full-stack mobile developer. I've worked in fast-paced startup environments with aggressive deadlines, allowing me to adapt quickly and deliver high-quality solutions under pressure. Hacker mode. Oh shit, there's the whole Earth on your website. Godot, baby. Nice. Is there any games that you made with Godot and Bevy that you can show? I don't see Arch Linux in the list. I don't see NixOS in the list. What's Parrot Linux though? I don't think I used Parrot Linux. And I don't think I heard about Parrot Linux. It's based on Debian. The operating system for hackers. Download for $4? Wait, what? You're using an actual Linux that requires activation? Wait, why does it say parrot with an E? And over here, it's a parrot with an A. So which one is it, actually? Parrot sec? Parrot. Is there a typo on this website? So there's commands here, but I can type in this terminal. I cannot focus the terminal, though. Blue Sky 30 million plus users. What does that mean? You have... Oh, wait, hold on. Is Blue Sky your own thing? Is Blue Sky... Did you create Blue Sky? Why are you specifying 30 plus million users here? What does this mean? Oh, it's like, okay. It's not really obvious that this is the section and this is a subsection of the open source contributions. You have contributed to Blue Sky. Like, this is supposed to have a different size, no? Or like, be shifted to the right, maybe. I don't know. You can type commands in hacker mode. Okay. Is Mema's lazy git matter most? I don't know. I have not seen a lot of like... Where do I type commands though? Type hello in the bottom here. Okay. Games. Puzzle game. Sky shader, water shader, maze game concept. Nice. This is Godot. Tap on screen. Did I lose? Did I win? Continue. Wait, is it... Oh, wait, hold on. I played this game before. Wait, I played this game. I think I've seen you before. Oh, King. Was this submission for some game jam? How do I know about this game? This one is not found. That's a water shader. Nice. You're in Nix config. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, anyway. I like the earth. Did you make the earth yourself? Kinda need to zoom out though to see it. Are we doing the Nix config right? Let's see. .files.nix. Well, there's a lot of Nix code here, it seems. Secrets? Secrets? No secrets. We have flake tests. Home Manger should follow Nix packages. Amazing. The Lua King. Let's see what plugins you use. Oil. I have not used oil. What does it do? That's like the file manager or something, right? Image clip. What's image clip? Effortlessly embed images into any markup language, like LaTeX, Markdown on Typest. Nice. I like that. That works out of the box on the VS Code though. Usually when I work with that stuff, I use VS Code. Well, big early. All right, what are we doing? You guys are distracting me. That's what you're doing. I was working on my language. Place type make same as type type. There you go. Let's see. I'm expecting to see the infinite recursion now too. With the so if I have a reference to an int32, then it's going to be a reference to a type by default. But if I say that it's a type, then we will have infinite recursion. There you go. Neovide, yes. Want to see something cool, Kuviman? What is it? All right, Stack Overflow. I need to fix it, guys. Why do I have Stack Overflow? I mean, I have infinite recursion, so why? It's not as cool as your type system stuff, but I'm proud of it. Let's see here. Assert equals compute on GPU. Dispatch workgroup. Dispatch buff add dispatch thread position. Set dispatch workgroup thread position. 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So we have two dispatch groups. Does this mean two threads? Two threads, each generating 4 things. No, wait, hold on. This is thread position. Does it mean that it's 8 threads in the dispatch thread position? 8 threads divided into 2 work groups. Okay. I don't know what this means because I'm not working with that stuff on the GPU. But I guess sure. So this is your DSL, right? So this is not actually code that is running. This is the code that is generating the code to run on the GPU. Yeah, it's cool. So it looks like a normal code that would run. It would be nice if you could like actually use the indexing here. So the problem with indexing in Rust is that you cannot have like for that to actually use the square brackets, you need something like an index move in Rust. Index move. Is that going to be extending the ref index with ownership transfer? Is that going to be like fixed anytime? This issue was opened on 2015. It is clear that there is a need to the ability to move out of smart pointers and indexable type. We need the ref move and index move. Is that like, does that have any progress in the recent times? I guess not. You no longer fight those syntax battles, yeah. I mean, this is readable still, it's good. I'm just trying to think if you could mimic this somehow. With without like transferring ownership. something something. Um, because like this is running at compile time, kind of, right? Not exactly, but like you're compiling the code that is going to run to the GPU. The performance here doesn't really make much problem. I think. Can you do some weird tricks with the inner mutability here to make it work with the square bracket? You would box leak the objects and they will stay leaks. Yeah. Yeah. Inner mutability will not work. Yeah, because you cannot return a reference, right? You need, for within mutability, you need to return like the actual ref types. But I mean, like with something like unsafe, you could maybe do that. So similar to box leak, but when the actual thing that you are referencing is deleted, not even with unsafe. Wait, really? Why not? Because the reference has to have a lifetime, but the lifetime is the same as the buffer itself. How do you debug Nix config? You can't even figure out how to print something. I'm not very good at Nix. I'm trying to do it at least like as little as possible because it's a deep hole. Trying to dive into Nix, so I have not figured out all the things that you can do there. You can throw an exception maybe, but I think can you not just do the box leak? But you actually can like collect that memory after, because the leaked stuff will actually be cleaned up when the buffer gets out of scope, because this is already like lifetimed anyway, right? It's just the objects that would leave. So like yeah, I mean. There's a reason why you cannot do that. I mean, that would require unsafe, I guess, but I think that should work. Okay. How do you debug Nix, you say? But how do I debug Rust? I have the infinite recursion here. How do I figure out why do I have infinite recursion? Do I actually debug this thing? Because right now I have no idea. Of Stack Overflow. The reason is because I'm saying that this must be a type as a whole, which means that the thing inside the parentheses must be a type. And then it says because of the thing inside the parentheses must be a type, then the stdint must be a type. And it says that the whole thing must be a type again. For some reason, there's like a loop in my type inference, I think. Can I say something? We have these edge checks. Edge checks is basically functions that run when I know a new fact about the type inference variable, right? And they are checking it. So run checks. I want to know if I'm running checks for something, right? So I want to print running checks for what? So I need to know what am I running the checks for. Check. So I need to know what is this thing. What is this data? Like, I think I want to have some sort of a description for the inference variable. Description, right? Yeah, let's have a description. Something like argstr, whatever. Running checks for self-description. You were confusing I problem with a plus equal problem. Is there a problem with plus equal though? Yeah, plus equal is a problem because you cannot like have a result from the plus equal, right? You need to actually like you can only store some data inside the thing that you're adding something to, which is weird. Yeah. So what is my description here? When I say a new inference variable, so I guess when I create a new inference variable, I want to have the description here. Into argster, whatever. I don't know. Let's just take the stir. Description. Description dot into. New with default. Okay, so now I have the description for all my variables for debugging purposes. Sure. It leads to really dumb situations where you can have where you have a ref mut, but it's not an at mute ref mut, so you cannot do foo at I plus equal 4, but must store foo at in a mut variable. So you can do plus equal on that. Plus equal cannot run on interior mutability. All right. Okay, let me not think about your stuff too much. All right, I need to make progress. I want to make at least a little bit of progress on my language today. The whole thing, dumb thing with Rust, insisting that an exclusive reference is a mutable reference. You want an exclusive reference that's not mutable? Or what do you want? I don't know. What am I doing here? Already inferred? New set. New not inferred. So when I create a new not inferred thing, I won't have a description, right? Otherwise, I don't really have a description. I mean, I can have a new set thing to have a description too, technically. It's conflating two things. Plus equal is about mutation, and at mute is about exclusivity. Cell is mutable, but not exclusive. So why the hell would cell U32 not allow plus equal? True. True. You just hate Rust operators. Okay, okay, so you're a Rust hater. So over here, for example, I am compiling a pattern, which becomes a binding. We want to infer its type. So what is the description that I want to have here? Something like, where is it located? So like the scope, the span, right? Do I have span here? Span, yes, I do have span. And I also have name, right? So I can have something like format, name, at span. Can I do that? Probably. Okay, what is this? A function definition. The result type is not inferred, right? So when I define a function, it may be the function definition may omit the result type, in which case it's going to be inferable. So over here, the description would be something like the result type of a function at the span, right? For reference. Okay. What else? This. What is this? When I have a tuple, when I have a tuple, I can potentially type ascribe the fields, but if I don't, then it's not inferred. All right. Do you have this span here? AST list collector, list collected AST. I mean, I can get the span here. Let me just think about what do I want here as a description. I want to format a field name of a tuple expression. I mean, and specifically, I have the name here, right? The name is an AST, right? And then I specify the name must be an identifier, but I already have the span of it here. Field name at. Oh wait, when I field name. The name is AST. Then it must be an identifier, which gets me a string so that I can get the definition better. Maybe over here. Okay, fine. The type here should be optional. So in this case, the type is actually defined. So we say some. But in this case, the type is not inferred, so I say none, right? Because like I want this name as a string, not as an AST, right? So then I say that type is match type. So if it's none, then I'm going to actually create a new not inferred type. But if it was some type, then I just say that it is a type, right? So in this case, I know the name. The name in this case is a string, and the span at span. So name span specifically, right? So what's a name span? Name span is name dot data span. There you go. Span is not. Just clone it, whatever. Okay, that's good. All right, more different. Okay, this is useful. This is going to be useful anyway. Like when I know more information about my inference variables and where they come from, it's going to be useful for debugging the issues. So over here I have type infer variable, infer variant. Okay. Description. Do I just pass the description here? Sure. I just pass through. Okay, over here I initialize the reference expression. So by default, this reference expression has the reference type, sure. So the description of the type of the reference itself is going to be a reference expression at span. I think that's all that I have here. All that I need here. When I have a list expression, we have a list expression at span. Element type is element type of a list expression at span. Unwind. Unwind. At unwind expression at span. Current context. Current expression at span. Unit. Unit expression at span. Result type. Match result match expression at span. I feel like if I'm saying at span every time, maybe a span should be just another argument. I don't know. Variant. Infer variant. Variant at span. Tuple. Tuple at span. Format a native at span. Format full at span. Format variant pattern variant at span. I mean, yeah, whatever. Format underscore at span. Failed to resolve undeclared module try hash. What do you mean? Oh, that's a test? Oh, I had tests? No way. Wait, why does that not work though? Oh, because I renamed it to cast try hash, that's why. Can I say use try hash? Is try hash derived though? Named, yeah, it's named cast try hash derived. So in Rust, we can have dependencies and we can rename them. Right? I say package like name is cast try hash derived, but the actual dependency name and the code name is going to be just try hash derive. When I do this in tests, can I rename the main package inside tests? So, you know that, Raymarch? If you're still here, Rust, rename package for tests. He was only half listening. So you know how you can have a dependency in Cargo Toml, which has a different name than the actual package name, right? Because so I renamed my crate to cast try hash to not pollute the global namespace on the crates IO because there is no namespacing and shit, right? But this means that inside the code, I need to do now cast try hash instead of try hash. So I want to rename this thing, but this is a test. So a test has an implicit dependency. Can I rename the implicit dependency? Or, I mean, I can at least do use cast try hash as try hash. And that's going to work. So I can rename it in code like this, but can I do this in Cargo Toml? For the implicit dependency of the actual package when I'm writing tests. If I just make a prelude, I don't know. There's no reason for me to. This is a tiny crate. Technically, this crate could be like not having the cast prefix. Technically, it's just a hash trait that can fail, right? Nah, this is a very small crate. I don't know. If it's worth it. Expected one argument. DBG type of value. Batsec, hello. Namespace star. And then what is that symbol? An infinite in a circle. Archification. Hello. Alright, so we have more descriptions for my not inferred types here. What do we have here? This is a debug type of value. So we have a type of value, native function. Sometimes I make pointless jokes. Enjoy. No, I did enjoy that so much. Can you do it more? Let's see. Argument of dbg type of value. Let's just do this. Good enough. Argument of dbg. You define vec up as 07070. I mean, I mean, that's where you looking up. I mean, like technically, like think about it. When you see a person looking like this, right? You would say that the person is looking up, probably, right? So, I mean, technically, the direction that we call up is not always the one with the like one of the coordinates being 1 and the other is 0. They could be looking up at this maybe because they're trying to remember something. So if I can remember. Yeah. Okay, what do we have here? It's a hash map new. Key type. Hash map new because this is a generic thing. I don't know. Hash map new key. Hash map new value. Good enough. Hash map insert key. Hash map insert value. Hash map size key. Hash map size value. Hash map. What's the deal with these hash maps? So I have so right now the language works as an interpreter only. These things, this code that you see on the screen right now is the like, what do you call it? The built-in functions in the interpreter. So a hash map right now is built in the interpreter. So these are the embedded functions, getting a hash map size or something. Oh, you didn't add comment? Oh, okay. You weren't actually interested what this code means. All right. You were. What's the deal with all these hash maps? Hash map get value. Hash map get a result. Yeah, right now all I'm doing is like in all the places where I am trying to infer a type, I'm adding the description of what am I trying to infer. In these places, I don't have the span information because this is a native function, which is like polymorphic function because it works for the hash maps with different like key and value types. In other places where I was like initializing the type inference for actual code that we write, I got span information there too, so that I know where is it and in which file the code is located. But in this case, I don't. Polymorphism in Rust. I'm not making Rust. I'm making my own language, right? I mean, in Rust you also have polymorphism. You just, I mean, the generics is what polymorphism is, right? Parametric polymorphism. I mean, it's not really, I guess, maybe like parametric polymorphism. Do you yeah, it's just like a generic thing. Like, it's just that maybe like when you write your functional programming languages, it's more implicit usually, right? You like, you say for all A, right? But you can omit this when you're writing like Haskell, for example. But it's still the same thing. It's just like a generic function. It's polymorphic function, right? It's basically the same thing. Is there like parametric polymorphism, generic function? It's is there any difference between these two terms actually? In statically typed languages, the term generic functions refers to a mechanism for compile time polymorphism. Yeah. specifically parametric polymorphism. You thought about some different polymorphism? What's the other types of polymorphism? Like abstract classes? There's also ad hoc polymorphism, which means to polymorphic functions that can be applied to arguments of different types, but behave differently, depending on the type of the argument which they are applied. So it's kind of like overloading. Or in Rust, you achieve that ad hoc polymorphism with traits. Is that what it means? So ad hoc is like trait stuff, and parametric is generic stuff, I think. A program modifying itself while running. Yeah, I don't know if that's a feature in any programming language. Is it? Program modifying itself while running. I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe the just-in-time compilation could be a program modifying itself while running, so it could, I mean, is just-in-time compilation always compiling before running the code, or is compiling the background and sometimes interpreting it directly? I don't know how it works. Or like the JVM, which is like compiling code while it's running. So like observing the way it's running and then it's trying to optimize itself. What's that thing called? Runtime polymorphism? Is that what it is? That like actually a thing? Dynamic method dispatch is a call the overridden method that resulted at runtime. Nah. TempleOS, its kernel can be modified and patched while running live. Gene in Rust. Yeah, like they are talking about something else than the dynamic dispatch. But the program modifying itself. I don't know if there is a term for it. Just like live updating. I don't know, hot swap. Thing. Hash map either. Hash map either arc. Result. Loop result. List either comment type. What is this? Set natives. Set natives. Arg.value. List get alum type. You can patch Linux Live too. It has a lot of restrictions, but you can. I don't think I ever did it. Unless NixOS is doing it for me. When I'm using NixOS and I just like do the NixOS rebuild, does it like patch my Linux Live? NixOS does NixOS patch Linux kernel on NixOS rebuild? Google is shit. Let's ask ChatGPT. Yes, NixOS patches the Linux kernel during NixOS rebuild if you update to a new system configuration that includes a different kernel version, or if your configuration applies custom patches. Okay, so it's actually already built in. I've been patching my Linux all this time. How NixOS handles kernel patching on NixOS rebuild. Declarative configuration. The kernel is specified in the configuration Nix in boot kernel packages. Yes. If this setting changes, we will apply the new kernel. If you manually apply patches to the kernel with Nix, this will build and apply the patched kernel. Does NixOS always patch the kernel? No, it only patches rebuilds if there are changes to the kernel package. And yeah, I mean, so this is like, is basically detecting if something was changed. You say that there are restrictions. It says on build, not a leaf patch. Does it actually perform a leaf patch? No, NixOS does not perform live kernel patching by default. When you update your system, the following happens: kernel rebuild and installation. However, this new kernel is not immediately applied to the running system. Reboot required for the new kernel. What about live patching? Live patching allows applying kernel updates without rebooting. NixOS does not natively support Nix live patching, like Ubuntu's canonical live patch. However, you can manually set up live patching with a patch. Down. All right. So it said yes first, and then when I asked, it said no. Got it. We have been working at NVIDIA for infinite band drivers in Rust for kernel 6.15, unless the PCIe needs a lot of patch for porting kernel SRIOV and PCIe to support Rust band driver. All right, I'll pretend that I understood what you have typed there. I mean, PCIe means PCI Express, right? Kernel is Linux kernel. Rust is a programming language. 6.15 is the version. What's my current version of Linux? 6.13. I'm using the Zen kernel. Am I outdated? You're using 6.15. Wait, hold on. What's the current Linux kernel version? Latest version 6.14 at March 24. Also using Zen, nice, but I'm on Arch. I don't think it's changed anything for me though. Like there is like sometimes I don't know if it happened on this stream, but I sometimes have the issues with the microphone, with sound, and it like gets me the robot voice. That's why I was trying to change my kernel to see if it changes anything, but I don't know. I think I sometimes get it still. I like Linux kernel has started something called FWCTL. What's that? Firewall control? Same like IO control. Unified inference for IO. 6.15 is coming. Okay, over here, list length. List length element. List set element type. List push element type. Random value type. Parse result. Am I just bootstrapping the new language? I think I will keep it in Rust for a long time. I mean, we'll see. So far, I have not been working on this for a very long time. I think in total I spent maybe around a month on this project. So it's not ready to be bootstrapped really yet. Like, once I try to go bootstrapping, it's... I don't know, I feel like I can do more features first and then bootstrap. Like, actually make sure that it works. Also, it's really slow right now. I need to fix the performance. So it's better to keep the compiler in Rust for now. Suyash codes, hello, hello. Wise man once said, if you really insist on reinventing the wheel, at least you can do is make it rounder. Indeed. That's what we're trying to do with this programming language that I'm making. It's like, it's going to be better than everything that exists, obviously. It's going to be a rounder wheel. How's my work with Cast going? I just like basically started working on it again. Last time when I worked on Cast was a very long time ago. Right? Maybe like half a year ago, so it's slow. Also, I'm being distracted all the time. But it's fine, it's fine. The mostest roundest wheel. Yeah. What is this? Unary operator name. Format. Unary op name type. I don't know, let's save that. I've seen you changing text from OCaml, then Haskell, and then Rust. Yeah, this project started in OCaml, then I tried Haskell for a very short period of time. Haskell, I did rage quit it because, I don't know, it's just too annoying to deal with some very simple things like records in Haskell. Otherwise, it's a good language. I mean, maybe if I tried harder, I could ignore the issues in Haskell. But it doesn't really matter also, right? Since I've been using Rust mostly in the last like 10 years, if I want to just get this project done, it's just better to do it in Rust. Would be crazy if the new language had stable enough interop with Rust and most things for Crystero still work. So the idea of my language, 95% of people rage quit Haskell. Yeah, but I did not rage quit it because of the because it's difficult. The problem is not that it's difficult. The problem is that it just like gets some like, I don't know, just like working with something that's really simple is very annoying. Like records, like I said, is probably the biggest thing. Like, I like the type system there. I like the monads. I was using the effectful library there for the effect system. That was nice. But yeah, like I was saying, like about the stable enough interrupt with Rust so that most things from crates.io still work. The idea for this language is that we like right now it's an interpreter, but it's supposed to be backend. Like independent of the backend, or and more than that, the backend should be able to be written in the language itself. So, for example, I do plan to compile the language. So, like, basically, you should be able to invoke a compiler as a compile time function. We have this example here when I can call transpile to GLSL a function, and then I get a GLSL code for my shader reasoning cast. And this is so like I'm compiling the code to an executable. I transpile to C, I transpile to a GLSL, and it just works. All I need is to have these like transpilers implemented, but you can implement it like really easily, is the idea. Kind of. Right now we only have the interpreter, though. So that means that you can like just have the language transpiled to Rust, and you will be able to use all the things from Crates.io. But then my first target, other than interpreter, is going to be JavaScript, not WASM. Nix is a freaking rabbit hole for real. Yes, it is. LLVM. No, not LLVM. I'm just going to generate the right now we have interpreter. The next target is going to be JavaScript because I want to be able to run in the browser. I could do it with like LLVM and compiling to WASM, but that's more work. That's a lot more work than just generating some JavaScript, I think. I want something that's simple to implement. I'll start with JavaScript, and then also instead of LLVM, I was planning to try CraneLift, because that's also simpler to use than LLVM, as far as I have heard. But I have not tried neither LLVM nor CraneLift. But I could use like something like LLVM or CraneLift also to make my interpreter faster, right? By making like a just-in-time compiler. When I have enough type information, I can like compile the functions so that my interpreter is running faster. That would be also nice. But also, right now my interpreter is running in the browser. Can I run LLVM in WASM? Does LLVM itself compile to WASM? Does CraneLift compile to WASM? If I want my interpreter to run in the browser, I think like because of that, one of the like compiling to JavaScript is easier. So like in order to have basically a just-in-time compiler, I can have a just-in-time transpiler to JavaScript, and then that's how I make my interpreter faster by by doing that, and then utilizing the just-in-time compiler of the JavaScript. That's already there. Hello, Devninia. I was writing envoy filter in Go and WASM. Go has GC issues. I need to move to Rust to interface with my kernel. The BPF code. And what's the GC issues? Just performance issues with because of the GC? Because like when you what's the issue actually? I mean, Go just embeds the garbage collector inside the WASM. Is there any actual problem with that? I want to see you not go insane debugging that. I mean, yeah, debugging transpiler. I mean, debugging just-in-time transpiler. I mean, but how is that different really than debugging a just-in-time like if I used CraneLift or LLVM for just-in-time compilation and I have a bug in there, how do I debug that too? Like, what's the difference really? I think actually like debugging a just-in-time transpiler, because I will be able to see the code that's been generated, is maybe even easier. No. Like it's going to like my plan is to generate relatively readable code, because I have a relatively high level intermediate presentation. Like, wouldn't that be actually easier to debug? I don't know. Backdoor. Hello. Go, especially tiny Go, has memory leak issues and wasn't binary. Really? Alright, Go is bad confirmed. You can also try Zig. I don't know what you're writing specifically. Did you consider Zig? TinyGo is not Go? What is TinyGo? Is it a subset of Go language? TinyGo, a Go compiler for small places. Go on embedded systems and WebAssembly. Just a different implementation. Does it not support the full like specification of Go? Is it a different language? Where's the frequently asked questions? Light, dark, looks exactly the same. What is TinyGo exactly? A new compiler, a new runtime specification. Specifically, a new compiler using mostly the standard library to parse Go programs and using LLVM to optimize the code and generate machine code for the target architecture. New runtime library that implements some compiler heuristics like a memory allocator, a scheduler, and operations on strings. Also, some packages are strongly connected to the runtime, like the sync package and the reflect package. Have been or will be re-implemented for use within this new compiler. Why Go instead of Rust? That's the real question. Rust is another new and safer language that is now made ready for embedded processors. There's a fairly active community around it. However, apart from my personal language preference, Go has a few advantages. Subjective, but in general, Go is easier to learn. Sure. Is that a good thing, though? Built-in support for concurrency and coroutines and channels that do not require or rely on a particular implementation threads. The fact that it's built in, is that a good thing though? Battery included a standard library. I don't know, like these advantages that they list here, I don't see them as advantages, to be honest. But okay. Go gets shit done. Sure. If you say so. I mean, it depends on the person who is writing the code, I think, not on the language, though. But shit gets done in both languages, I think. Go is built for concurrency. I've seen Go. I know. I tried Go. Yes. So what? Like this is basically the only good feature in Go to me. Like similar to how Zig has one good feature, which is the comp time. Go has the only good feature, which is like how easy it is to work with the Go routines, I guess. Other than that, the language is shit, in my opinion. Well, that's just me, you know. If you like it, then okay. What do we have here? Binary operator, name, operand, type. Okay. I'm getting there. I have almost fixed all my errors. We only have like 5 errors left. What is this? Infer value shape. Type. Value shape type. Type new not inferred. I Go binary handily takes 120 megabytes of memory for my use case. Some Java to boot JVM has 800 plus megabytes. Lol. Well, I mean, if we compare those languages, then I guess I don't know. I don't know which one would I actually like. It depends on the use case. Like a lot of the time, I actually don't care about the memory. Which language would I choose, Java or Go? That's a hard question, actually. Which one do I hate less? I don't know. I don't know. Might be Go. Then what do I have here? So what happens in this function is basically I infer the value shape based on its type, right? So let's say that I know that the type of a variable is a type, right? Then the value of the variable should be also a type, right? But the concrete type, which type is this? We don't know, right? Okay. I could potentially have more information here, but let's say inferred value shape or type. I don't know. Good enough. I'm not the biggest fan of garbage collected languages in general, but I'm also not the biggest fan of manual memory management, although it's nice to have as an option. Rust nightly has support for inline ASM in unsafe blocks. So you can't get much manual than that. I think the borrow checker style in Rust, though, is a great middle ground between mandatory memory management and garbage collection. Yeah, I mean, I think that Rust's memory model, the way of dealing with memory is really good. I think that's the best part of Rust. One of the best parts of it. Even although it's, like, some people can see it as a difficult thing to work with. Right? That's why Rust is a difficult language. Also. But I like the way it works. I do plan to have the ownership system similar to Rust, but a little bit different in my language. But it's going to be very similar to Rust. I've been talking about this earlier. I can do it again though. We have this ghost cell separating permissions from data in Rust. So in Rust you have like the like the short version of it is that in Rust you have like the mutable reference types, right? The exclusive reference types. But what this actually is it's like a pointer to the data, right? It's just like a pointer plus the permission to use the pointer to mutate the data, right? So in Rust, these references are actually two things combined. And what I plan to do is I want to separate those. This has already been done as a proof of, as like inside this paper about the ghost cells. It allows some more things than Rust can do, basically. Sometimes you want them to be combined, but sometimes you don't want these to be combined. And I also will have the effect system, and the permissions are going to be inside the effect systems, like passed around. That's just a short version of it. But it's not really there yet. It still is just an idea. Whether it's going to work or not is still a question, although, once again, there is a paper on it. That's like the only paper that I'm basing my language on. For the other things, I don't have a papers to reference. You hate the error return shit, box, your mom box shit? Yeah, sure. But I mean, it's just like sometimes too explicit, I guess. I can agree with that. That's definitely an issue. Sometimes you clone and it becomes very explicit, like with args, right? When you have reference counting things and then you clone them, it's a little bit weird. So sometimes I would like that to be implicit. Sometimes, not all the times though. So like being able to write code shorter. Error handling with the return values is also sometimes a good thing, but sometimes I would like to have something like actual exceptions. Although I do want to have checked exceptions instead, not unchecked exceptions, because those are bad. So yeah, because I want to be able to write code shorter and not have that like box your mom box shit. Yes. I can agree with that, but that's like a tiny price to pay for the other advantages of the Rust, in my opinion. In kernel, I just love see we have atomic T ref count, RCU spin locks, running most of driver, Nextech, IO, and scheduling. Sure. What do you think if you are working with kernel? What do you think about? Wait, I mean, you are the one who was talking about Rust in kernel, no? You were doing some Rust in kernel. What do you think about that? I don't know. I don't work with low level stuff too much, but I don't know. I think I would prefer Rust there, but I cannot really be sure. Like it depends on how low level it is. And how low level, like, is it low level all the time, or can you actually build abstractions there? I'm assuming you are still building abstractions even if you're writing your C code. So having, like, some of the things enforced by the compiler would be nice. Abstraction kernel mills function pointers. Well, I mean, function pointer is just one type of abstractions, right? Anyway. What am I doing? I have a couple more errors here. What is this? New state. Place. New state. Place state. What is place state? It's either uninitialized, occupied, or moved out. So have places. So you can support closures as well because of that. Now, I understand, but it's very verbose also. So like in C, a closure would be a function pointer plus the pointer to the data. Like, I don't know, it just gets too verbose sometimes, no? So can you abstract that into like an actual thing that is a closure? I guess technically you could have a struct closure, right? Which has inside of it both the pointer and the pointer to the data. The verbosity can lend itself to more fine control depending on the situation, right? Yes, I mean, being able to be verbose is good. But being able to be not verbose is also good. Like, I won't have both, right? Like, why is there always, like, either having control or not having, either having control and not being able to, like, you know what I mean? Like, Rust allows you to do something very, 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 like including the inline assembly. You can write assembly in Rust, but then you build abstractions on top of that, which make it very like simple to use. But yeah. Avoid star U32 ref CT avoid star SVCCB. This syntax I just love, so easy and good looking. Yeah, like you see how it's like I don't know, it's too verbose. Do you at least do a type def there? Wait, do you have type defs in like type alias? It's been a while. Type alias C. You have a type alias? Type def, right? Yeah. Anyway, what is this here? I have a place. Place type. I don't know, let's just have place type here, I don't know. Flap Kuviman. Kuvi not adding my lovely comment. Wait, what is your comment? This would be so much code. If I could code it in assembly. Hard me to place type alias with a use. I guess it's nice for certain conditionals. It also says using to simplify it though. Expected function once closure, found inference, maybe not inferred type shape. The trait I found once is not implemented for this. Oh, I see. I unwrap or else. This was just doing that. Okay, closure there. Okay, 4 more errors. It's going to work first try after I fix all the errors, right? Expect list. What is this? Expected list. Something. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter here. That's used for just error reporting. Value new, not inferred. I think over here I want to have a description. Type new, not inferred description. New, not inferred of type. Description. Description, and this is format type of this description. Not inferred description. So we have inference not only for types, we have inference for values too. So in this case, we say type value new, not inferred of type. Description is inferred field value shape. Okay, when I am instantiating, so this is auto instantiating of the templates. So when I say that it should be instantiated with some value, this value must be inferred for auto instantiating. Const error string is whatever. Yeah. In this case, this is auto instantiate argument. Can I have the span here? I have the data here, which is the expression data. Yeah, I can. So auto instantiate arg in a data span like that. That would be a format. Should you migrate from Linux Mint to NixOS? I mean, you are. It seems like you are diving into this rabbit hole of a Nix, right? If you like digging the hole for yourself, then sure, you can move to NixOS. So you're already using it. What was it? King. No, that's a different king. I don't remember what was your Nix stuff. You're already using like the home manager, right? So you can like you're basically already using like the most important stuff in the next way, kind of. Like moving to NixOS is only going to basically make your entire system use the same stuff, right? You have development environments. Let's see. So yeah, you have oh wait, hold on. You have NixOS configurations here. Hosts. There is NixOS configurations. Is map address. Yeah, reading this code is still a little bit difficult, but I guess this is also. No, this is home module. All right, I guess it's just for an empty set. System args, NixOS generators. Weird. Do you need to know assembly language to make a language? I don't think so. No, you don't need to know assembly. You can make a language just like, I don't know. Like the question is, why do you want to make a language though, right? If you want to make a language, knowing assembly can definitely help you with like certain things. Having knowledge is always good, but it's not all in the assembly. I would suggest that you learn all the languages in existence to make your own language, because then you can make, because then you know what other languages are doing and like what you like in them, what you don't like in them. Just learn them all, you know? Why just limit yourself to assembly or C or Python? And even LLVM, like what type of a language do you want to make? LLVM is also not needed. You can always just have a language that's transpilable or just interpretable, right? Just can make an interpreter. You don't need to learn anything then. There is a like you can read. There's a lot of like things. Make a list or something. Like what's it called? Best beginner friendly write a Lisp tutorial. Compiling a Lisp the series. Maybe this one. There's a book called Crafting Interpreters. You don't need to know assembly to make a language, if you consider that a language, which it definitely is, right? Or do they? Wait, hold on. They have in this mountain the intimate representation. They do have machine code here. Maybe they do like dive into assembly here too. I don't know. I haven't read the book myself. It's like with Python, there are certain things I wish were different. given I'm not just having skill issues? Would I simply use C to change those things? Which things? I don't know. C also has a lot of downsides to it. Every language has some bad stuff in it. There is no perfect language yet. That's why I'm making my own. Right? Value new not inferred. What is this? Macro placeholder. Okay. Placeholder at span. What is the best stuff in cast? What do you mean best stuff? Like the best feature in cast? I think the compile time. The compile time is not very very popular yet, right? Like there's Zig, which has basically the best maybe out of existing languages with like compile time evaluation. So I mean, so in theory, cast's comp time is better than Zig's, right? I don't know. Is there other languages that can do like comp time stuff similar to Zig? Like in the same easy way? Like C++ const expr, in Rust you can have const evaluation. That's like absolutely nothing in comparison. Maybe like in D language you can have a compile time reflection. D language has nice things in it, but I think Zig's one is still kind of better. What's unique about your language? Well, it has comp time similar to Zig. It's one of the biggest feature. Then we also have a good type system, unlike Zig. So I guess one of the features that you don't see very often is the effect system. So compile time, comp time, and effect system, I guess, are the two most important features. There's also one thing that we have in our language that is almost non-existing in anything else. It is extensible syntax. You can define your own syntax. So I can give you an example. I mean, I can just show you the example. So I literally have no built-in syntax into the language. The syntax is defined in the standard library like this. This is the syntax. And you can do it in your own code. If you want to, you can like you can change the syntax of the language completely. It's kind of like what is it? Like you can in some languages you can create your own operators, or you can like overload operators, but there's not a lot of languages in which you can do custom syntax completely. There is one, like there's Lean4 that I saw that can do it. Lean4 has the same thing, and then there's also the Seed7. Those are the two languages that I know that have extensibility in terms of like syntax. I want to have more extensibility and not only the syntax. I want you to be able to have like custom like nodes in the intermediate presentation maybe too. I don't know. Again, a programming language that's interesting. Octelliptical. Hello, hello. It is interesting. It's one of the most interesting projects that I've worked on, but it's a very like the one that I'm making is very ambitious. So it maybe I will maybe potentially never finish it. But we did get somewhere. I already like the biggest accomplishment was the fact that I did solve the advent of code in my own language, right? I solved 8 days of advent of code 2024 in cast. So you can see a little bit of the code here. The language is still a work in progress, right? But you can see how it was working here, right? Yeah, over here I did define some syntax when I was solving the advent of code, right? So this is how you can define an operator. right? An expression, an operator followed by another thing, and then it is being expanded by the macro system, similar like to the Lisp's macros. No, syntax is certainly fine, but isn't it annoying for tooling, like LSP or syntax coloring? Yeah. But, like, it still is important, I think. Like, I mean, syntax coloring, as far as I understand, syntax coloring can be done with LSP. So LSP can know all this information and it can color the things properly. But sometimes you want to highlight the code without, like, parsing the actual meaning of the code. In which case, it would be basically impossible to do the syntax highlighting, right? But we'll probably have, like, the standard syntax exported to the to some format which can be understood by other tools, like even Haskell. Like, Haskell cannot do full custom syntax, but Haskell you can do custom operators, right? You cannot do full custom syntax, but you can do custom operator. And you can define its like associativity and priority, right? Yeah, you said like infix R and 5, right? So like the infix right associative with priority of 5, right? But when you do something like tooling, like a tree sitter, it's impossible to handle these custom operators without like parsing the actual meaning of the program, right? I do envision LSP being doable, right? But like sometimes you want it to work without LSP indeed, which is only going to work probably for just the standard syntax. Can you imagine an LSP plugin that parses the custom syntax directly? Yeah, like for what I mean, for example, is let's say that you browse some code on GitHub, right? Like you parse some code on GitHub, you want this to be highlighted, right? How does this get highlighted? How does this get highlighted? If this is using custom syntax, does GitHub would need to like actually run your run an LSP to do the highlighting here? That's like too much, because it can be also expensive because of another feature, which is compile time evaluation, right? I can do a lot of things at compile time. It's basically just a scripting language at compile time. You can do anything. It will eventually be done by AI, then cached. All right, yeah. But yeah, I could have the the cast binary, like the language, like compiler can also output the like highlighted code. I think I will actually do that in order to have the highlighted syntax highlighting on the website, right? Because right now this is being highlighted. It's imagining as if it was Rust right now. But in order to actually highlight this properly, I could just make my thing output like highlighted code. I think that would be nice. How low level is my language? Well, the answer is yes. It's as low level as the target. It's supposed to be like abstracted away from the low levelness though. Right now, the current implementation is not very low level. I only have the interpreter right now. We did have the proof of concept compiler in the previous version of the language, which was written in OCaml. So I could compile to JavaScript some small pieces of code. I could run a hello world. So yeah, I guess that's another feature of the language. Technically, it's like target independent, kind of. You can see over here. Here's the standard library, right? So, for example, I say something like, I don't know, RNG, right? RNG is just a native random function. Like, what does a native mean here? A native means that it's implemented on the actual target, right now I'm only having the interpreter, so random function must be implemented in the interpreter, right? Or I don't know, like hash maps are also implemented there. But I could have some conditional like compilation, and based on the target, it could be implemented in the language itself or like made in the backend. We don't need cargo add rand. Well, I mean, right now it's in the std, but I don't know if it will. I mean, I probably want to have randomness in the std, yes. But I don't know. It doesn't really matter much. So I'm focusing on the high-level features right now, not on the low-level features, but I want the language to be both low-level and high-level. Is the short answer. So similar to Rust, right? You can write assembly in Rust, or you can have like these very high-level abstractions. Not as high-level as like you could do like in Haskell, probably, but it's up there compared to most languages, I guess. So right now I'm focusing on the high-level features, because low-level can be implemented later. I think. What is this? Default number type. Default number type. Okay, yeah, I see. So by default, my number types are not inferred. Yeah, default number type. I think I just do this as a comment here. All right, let's see if it works. I mean, nothing will work, right? I just added some comments about my type inference variables. About my inference variables. It's not necessarily a type, right? So now we see running checks for like different things. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is to say that, let's say, use std star. So I want to say list int32, and this should be a type, right? And as you can see, this is running and doing too many things. Invert value shape for type. Running checks for already inferred. Running checks. I don't see anything about my actual code though. Over here, right? Running checks for element type for list expression at 1.6 to 1.17. So this is the inner list expression, I think. Right? And then over here, and this is, no, this is the same one. One six 117. 1.6 1.17. 1.6 1.17. 1.6 1.17. I feel like I'm running the checks a little bit too often. Maybe is the thing. It's been a while. Devin's Dev, hello, hello. Yo, I heard that is it's your last stream. Check the date and get to know about that. Huh? Rudy shoes? What? This is my last stream so far because it's happening right now. But after this stream, there's going to be like more streams eventually, and then the other stream will be the last one. I don't know. Didn't you check the date? Yeah, that's the April Fool's Day. but I don't really get the joke. I'm bad with jokes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, the joke is that it's my last stream, but it's not the last stream, alright. Yeah, funny, I guess. Kuvi, you're adorable. Hello, Ogma. So here's the thing. Here's the thing that's happening in my inference, right? We have the checks, right? So what is this? What does this mean? Sometimes I know some new information about an inference variable, right? So for example, I infer the type of a certain thing to be like a list, right? And then I need to run some checks. For example, if I infer a thing to be a list, then it means that the inner element type of that list, I might like already know some information about that, so I need to check it, kind of thing. What kind of language am I making? Yes, I mean, I'm making the language. It's just going to be the language. That's it. It's language that can do it all. It's language for everything. The language of the universe. I don't know like what kinds of languages are there? What is the choice that I have from? Math. Yes, we can do math. We can do math, yes. What are the other things that we could do? So I mean, like, for example, there are compilable languages, there are interpreted languages. This language is both. I want it to be usable as a compilable language, as an interpreted language, as an embedded interpreted language, as as everything, right? Why am I making it? First of all, because I don't like the current state of languages. All of the languages suck. I'm using Rust right now because Rust sucks the least of them all. But in my opinion, of course, but yeah, it can definitely be a lot better. There are a lot of languages that are appearing with the feature that I'm missing the most, I think, is the effect system. So there's a lot of language that are appearing with effect systems. What is it? Was the ones that I was looking at the last time? Flix? Is that the one? The one? Effect oriented. Is this the one with the spaceship? I don't remember. Yeah, it is the one with the spacecraft. Okay. Yeah, so like effect system is kind of like similar if you know like the monads. It's allowing you to control the effects in the type system, just like just a more natural way, in my opinion, than working with monads. Let's switch to C++. How about we don't do that? What's the current state of C++? C++, next features. Is safe C++? Is safe C++ like guaranteed to happen at this point or not? In August 2024, C++ 26 has at least 3 big features: reflection, contracts, and std execution. Reflection is the ability of a program to examine, introspect, and modify structure and behavior. This makes compile time programming with C++ more powerful. Okay, so yeah, like the current trend is to like have a lot of compile time programming. So this is the current trend. This is something that I want. This is something that C++ wants. This is something that everyone wants, right? I'm not sure how good is it going to be in C++, but that's a good thing in general. Does anyone know if we can create a program written in folders? Just compile time eval. It's not just evaluation of the compile time, it's specifically examining the like, I guess compile time reflection is like querying the compiler, like some information about the types, right? Like what are the fields of this struct, for example, right? Just the stuff that you normally expect from reflection. Like what are the, you know, what are the methods of a certain class, right? What are the fields? Just know all the information that the compiler knows, basically, and be able to use it to basically it's like writing a plugin for a compiler, basically. Like the more information the compiler gives you to work with, the better. Like in Rust, maybe I should be able to run at compile time a function that will tell me if a trait is implemented for a certain type, or like something. Like, yeah, like anything that you would like to know at compile time. All right, anyway, so we have these checks. My current thoughts are that I'm running the checks multiple times, even although I have already ran a check. So sometimes some of these checks are redundant, is what it means. Let's take a look here, right? If I say add check, like for example, over here we have a reference expression, right? If I infer the reference expression to be a type, then I say that the that the thing that we're getting reference to is also a type, right? But I should not run this code 100 times. I should only run it once, basically. So add check right now is a function which is checking the inferred value if it's correct or not, basically. But it should actually return a result. Should I run this check again in the future? I think. Check result. Valdeck is not redundant check. So I say that check result is either run again or like completed. You know, something like that. So we either return an error, so the check failed, but if the check succeeded, I might want to, but if the check didn't fail, I might still want to run it again. Right? Now let's do this. Must use. Derive flag copy clone partial act. Let me check done is 0, then modify and match on bool later. Instead of having a boolean, I prefer having an enum, because this, I don't know, booleans are bad. I don't like booleans too much. This gives it more descriptive names than just true and false. But yeah, basically, if the check is returning completed, then I should not run this check again. So checks that I'm storing here is a check t, which is a function returning check result. It's public. Right, so for example, let's just see here. This is infer in a variant. So unlike Rust, in Rust we have something like you know, option or option none, right? In my language, we can just say we can just basically say some, and this will be inferred based on type, which type is this variant from. So we run the type inference. Once the type inference detects what type am I trying to get here, we are checking that the type is a variant type, which has this as a variant. Howdy doodle, minimal telephone 01, hello, hello. Gosa potential, hello, hello. Back to language, nice, yeah. It's slow. I basically made 0 progress today, but it's good. Just like getting back into it is nice. I also imagine that I'm going to start rewriting the whole project from scratch at some point. I'm not sure when do I want to do that though. Like how much? Like I'm working on a prototype, but it's getting too big, and I kind of want to rewrite some parts of this code, but I don't know when. Making your own syntax, yeah. Yeah, we can make our own syntax in this language. Expect variant. So this is the thing. Yeah, okay. So this should, I think I just say check inference check results completed. Like I don't need to run this check multiple times. Yeah, I do not. Is there actually a single check that I want to run multiple times? I'm not sure, but potentially, like let's have this feature here. What do you call it? The language? I call it cast. I have a website for it. You can see more information here if you want. This is kind of old, but it describes it well enough, I guess. Still. Here's the syntax stuff. All right, so this is a reference. If the check has passed, then I just say inference check result completed. This is the list inference check result completed. Yeah. What is this now? So this is a tuple. When I infer the type of a tuple, I do things. I also want inference check result completed. Hope I'll achieve my goal. Well, I mean, some of the goals have already been achieved. The language was used to solve the advent of code. Or at least 8 days of it. Hmm. The long-term goal, I don't know. It depends on how much time I put into it. Speaking about the goals, one of the goals is to basically be able to make games in this language, right? So the minimum stuff that needs to be done, I need it to be compiled to something that runs relatively good. So I'm planning to do JavaScript, transpile this to JavaScript to be possible to run it in the browser and make some simple games, right? That's a relatively short-term goal. You started writing a Vulkan render in your language, got annoyed, now making chess engines to also test performance. Yeah, so like performance, for example, is not really a goal for me yet. Like, I don't think I care about performance yet. Like, in order to make a simple game like Pong or like a Flappy Bird, I don't need the language to be really fast. Right? But eventually get to that part too. Hopefully. Did I look at your language already, Zaka? Any links? I don't remember. I think I did, but I don't remember anything. What are you making? Init. So what is this? There is a to-do here. What does this even mean? This is a value. A value needs to be initialized. Okay. When I initialize a value, I say... So by default, the value might be not inferred. Yes, okay. Once I infer the value... Oh, no. Yeah, so like a value has a type if it's not inferred. So if I know the type, then I can infer some shape of the value. Yeah, that's right. So for example, if I want to infer, like I can write code something like this, right? Let underscore, or I guess, let's see, we can write something like let x be underscore, right? So this is an inferred value. Then later I can say something like that. I can do something that makes known the type of x, right? So I can say that x is of type, like for example, int32 and int32. What this results in is that x, at that point, after we have like inferred the type of x, we know that it's a tuple of two integers, right? So we know that the shape of the value that is something like a tuple of two not inferred values now. So right, the actual values are not known, right? But we know that x is a tuple with two values, basically. That's what this code does here. Let's just try inference, check result, completed. I think that's fine. So I always set it to completed. Shouldn't there be another unused? Yeah, over here, right? So when I am running checks now, this is potentially completed. If it's completed, then I should remove it from the list of checks. Run checks. Can I make this a mutable one? Because if I can make it a mutable one, can we do self checks? Retain mut. Is this stable yet? This is stable since Rust 161. Yes, okay. I mean, it doesn't need to be even. I just need a retain. So I have a check. Oh wait, but okay. So here's where the effect system would be nice, I guess, kind of, because this returns a value. I cannot just do a question mark. So this is where Rust is not very good, because I need to run the checks, but they potentially return errors, which in this case, I don't remove the checks. I mean, it doesn't really matter what I do to the checks. But retain is something that returns a boolean always. So I guess what I do is self checks, and like I need to save the results because of that, right? So I need to run the checks. And then I filter app, index and check. So I say so I say match check value. Oh, but I cannot do the iterators too, because I cannot do a question mark inside this closure. So we literally need to do a for index and check in self checks, iterate, enumerate. Right, so I'm going to just try to run the check, match check value question mark. Right, it's either run again or completed. If it's run again, then I don't do anything. If it's completed, then I say that index completed push index. Right, so completed is like, I need to store that here, and then I say self checks. Can I remove all of the like can I remove it all of the indices at the same time? Is there no such method? Can I retain only retain only elements at specific indices in Rust? Indices stored in vec. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we can do like this. That makes sense. Or I can recollect. I feel like there should be a built-in method for it, though. I guess we just do retain, but based on the index. Remove can accept the range. I mean, in the STD it does not. Remove takes an index. Swap remove and remove is the only thing. By the way, this contains is very like slow. It's doing linear search on this thing. Doesn't really matter much, I guess, but that's another thing to consider. I have them sorted in the same. I mean, I have them like in increasing order. Yeah, I mean, what I could do is okay, let's just do it this stupid way. We just do for index in completed into iterate, but reverse order. So like I need to go to the reverse order because if I remove something at the earlier index, then the later index is going to change, right? So I do it in reverse order. Self checks remove index. Like, yeah. That should be good enough. Whatever. If it's sorted, you can do binary search. I mean, yeah. I could also convert this into a hash set. But you can also do like the two iterators kind of thing to do it even in an even more optimized way. But I don't really care too much about the speed here. It's not a bottleneck. Like the amount of the checks that I'm going to be removed, is not too much. Like especially since this is only running once for every completed check, I guess, right? There's not too many checks. It should be fine. Okay, but this is still going to give me. There's a lot of checks that were happening here. All right, use std star. Let's try again. List int32. Okay. Type. Wait, it worked. Wait. So it worked, and I don't have the. So okay, hold on a second. So by doing this, I actually fixed the issue with infinite recursion. Can I check pop when it's completed? What do you mean pop? Pop is only for the last check. Okay, I mean, if it works, then it works, but it's a little bit weird. Like I didn't expect this to work, to be honest. But okay, let's go into the REPL then. It looks like I didn't even have an error then. Yeah, I don't even have an error. Okay. All right. So this means that I have references. std star. Let's see. List. No, not list. Current parsing list. Okay, hold on. List. Wait. So what did I do with the references again? Let's take a look at the stdlib. Where am I using references? List mute push. Yeah, this is what I was doing. I was doing mutation, the actual in-place mutation, instead of copying the values around like you're doing, like, in only immutable languages. So this is a reference. This should work now, right? List mute push. Let's see. List mute push is a template, right? So we want this to work for the something. Native list mute push not found. Okay, amazing. So I need to implement that in the interpreter. We have the list push, but now we have the list mute push, which is a different thing. I need to implement that in the interpreter. List mute push. List mute push. List mute push. Why am I copy pasting this in 3 places? I don't know, it's fine. Let's see. So list mute push is a function which takes as an argument 2 things. The first thing is going to be a list of element type, but this should be a reference, right? So we say type shape reference of a reference to a list of this element type, right? That's it. And then the argument, this is the second argument, the thing that I'm putting in. Okay. The result, so the result of the previous list push was, so I was consuming the list that I had in an argument and I was producing a new list, but now I mutate in place. Right? So the result here is just going to be a unit. Okay. So now we have list and new element, my arguments. We have a tuple like this. List should be not a list. This should be expect ref. Right? So list is now a reference to the list. Okay. Place ref. So what do I do with the place ref? What is a place ref? It's a place. Place has a state. What do I do with places? We can do assigning. I do not have mutation, right? So this is where mutation actually happens. So public function mutate, right? Which is going to have the function f impl fn once on value into some result, and we return the result. I think something like that should be good. Go to self state lock unwrap mutate f. Sure. So I have the same thing for the actual place state. Mutate. This one takes mutable self. Hello, Nigel. Again, is your work done? It's been 4 hours, right? Okay, so we just say, I'm going to say match self. This potentially can fail, right? Because, because it can be uninitialized or moved out. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I think I should instead do something like this, but get mut. I mean, the values are like references to values, so it doesn't really matter for me right now. Let's have the get mut anyway, though. So in order to mutate, this will be result. I guess result r place error, right? Get mut. Question mark and then f. That's all that I need to do, right? And once this should take a mutable reference to the value, by the way. And this returns okay. Get mut should return mutable reference to the value. Yep. Okay. So if the value is uninitialized or we moved the value out, then we will get an error. Good. So here, now when I mutate the list, since this is going to be a place, right? This is a list ref specifically, not just the list. We don't have the result. The result is going to be a unit. result values. Yeah, so now I have the list ref mutate. No, wait, where did I make the mutate? There's a sign. There's a mutate. Okay. I have things in all the places. Mutate, self place, mutate f. Mutate. Okay, and here we have a function. So we have the actual list. In this case, list must be okay. Now, how do I mutate a value? That's the question. Because what is a list? It's a mutable reference to a value, but what is a value? Value is done kind of weird right now because values can be not inferred. Because of that, we have this thing. Maybe not inferred value shape. Maybe not inferred. Is a inference variable. How do I mute? So I need to be able to mutate these things. So how does mutation works with inference, by the way? That's another question. I think so like let's say that I say something like this, let x be underscore, right? This makes x be a not inferred value of not inferred type. We don't know what it is, right? If x is mutable, so like then I say something like, you know, let's say this, you know, I can have type ascriptions, right? So I can say something like 1, 2, 3 is int 32, right? But I can also say that this is of type x, which makes x to be inferred now to be an int 32, right? It's the same thing at this point. But what if I mutate x? Then it should not be possible anymore, right? So there are, so like if a variable was used in inference, it should not be, like inference variables should not be mutable, right? I should not be able to mutate them at never. There are possibilities where I want to mutate, like I should not be able to say x is int 64 now, right? I mean, now it is equal. I mean, technically it doesn't change the value. It's like this is a mutable binding, right? So I'm placing int 64 into the same place, but I'm not changing the value itself to be int 64. But if I have a mutable reference there somehow, then that will be bad. So what I do is I disable mutability for sure for the inference things. So does this mean that values like it never mutate makes sense if you don't want to make sure the resulting value won't fit in the current type? Blanket never mutate makes sense if you don't want to make sure the resulting value won't fit in the current type. It's not even about like don't fit in the current type. I can infer not only the types. I can not only infer the types. Like there's no way. Like I have the functionality for it, but I'm not really doing it right now. I can say that this is underscore, but this can be a not inferred constant, for example, right? You have const generics in languages, right? So this could be an uninferred integer, right? I can say that x is of type int 32, right? So this is a not inferred int 32, right? So if I then say that x is 1, right? I know that x is now 1, right? But then I say x plus equal 1, that will make x to be equal to 2, right? But the problem with this, is that, I mean, in this specific case, basically int32 is a copy type, right? So it doesn't matter too much. But in the case of lists, it's different. Like if I use this to infer something else, you know, then something else is going to be inferred to be 1 at some point, right? But after I mutate, is that other inferred value that was previously inferred to 1, is that also going to be mutated? Like, that's very weird, I think, right? Does that make even any sense? Like if int32 is inferred, but then x mutates from 1 to 3 or 4 to 6, it would still fit an int32. Yeah, it would still fit. But the problem is, like, so I'm changing this concrete, here's what it would do, right? Let's see, let y be equal to x. Yes, exactly like this, right? So we say y is equal to 2, and then I say x plus equal to 1, right? What is y now? Y is still 2, x is now 3. In this case, it kind of makes sense, because when I say let y be x, I copied the value, right? And not by reference. But let's say that array A, so let's say we have a list of integers, right? This is going to be a list with 0, right? So A is a list with 0 inside, right? We are making this like pushing to the lists. List push in 32, right? So in this case, it's also would work correctly with the previous model that I was doing, where I didn't have any mutation. I was constructing a new list. So that would be like kind of fine. But if I mutate in place, it would be weird. I guess I cannot really show it right now until I finish the implementation. Yeah, so like I think I think there is no way I want my inference variables to be mutable, but I do want to have mutability in general. So I think the value is either an inferable value or just a normal value, right? Like, yeah. So values are not, like, there should be potential for inference, because I want to have const generics, basically, right? And I want to be able to infer the array sizes. That's what we use it for, as an example, right? A value inference. But then it's not mutation. So I guess value... why is it public? What if I remove this? Something not going to compile? Unused result. Question mark. Wait, actually that made everything compile. Nice. So I think the value, let's see. So how do I do this? So there is something like enum value, I don't know, value impl, I guess makes sense here, right? It's either inferable. In this case, we store inference, maybe not inferred value. Or it's a not inferable value. If a value starts at some point, yeah, let's just try this. Non-inferable. Non-inferable. In this case, I inside of this store what? Like I already should know, like if it's a not inferable, I must know the shape of the value. Right? Because I cannot have it be of an unknown type at this point. Like I must know what it is. At least like the overall shape of the value should be known. We'll do this. Yeah, that makes sense. So the let's just have here impl is value impl. We need to implement try hash. Try hash. like that. All right, new not inferred of type. So when I have not inferred, in this case, if the value starts being not inferred, then it is inferable. Right, so impl is an inferable value, which starts with a non-inferred value of this description. Yes. Initialize. Why do I clone this here? Wait, where do I call this function? In two places. Oh, from value shape. Yeah, there you go. So when I convert a value which is already known into yeah, when I already know the value shape, it should no longer be inferable. I think that's correct. Non-inferable value. Like that. Make same for two values. So this is where we do the inference for values. Yeah. So if we do perform the inference for values, then it is inferable. Value impl inferable. Okay, but I make same the so both of these must be inferable then, right? Yeah. So get value is something like from impl. So if we have a value impl, I want to know what is the maybe not inferred value shape there, right? I think we do something like impl into inferable question mark. Impl into inferable. So then I make a method, the impl into inferable, which will say result inference, maybe not inferred value shape, and the error, I don't know, let's just do IRE here. Match self. So if it's inferable value, then we return value. If it's not inferable, then I say value not inferable. It's not actually like completely true though, because sometimes I want to make sure that two things are the same. One of them is inferable, one of them is not inferable. But they must be same. I think I removed this. Hold on. No. We'll do something different. What's wrong with syntax? Something wrong with syntax is not being highlighted. Why is it not being highlighted? I think Rust Analyzer stopped working. Or do I actually have a syntax error somewhere? It says unknown fields. No, I think the syntax is okay. Okay, that's the first time I see this issue, I think. Is it because of the raw identifier here? I think that's why. What's happening like here? I don't get it. Let's try reloading. Yeah, now it's fine. Yeah, now it's fine. I don't know. Something was weird there. Okay, so I think this depends on basically both. But as a result, we always get something that is inferable anyway, I think. Is my NeoVim config out somewhere? Yes, it is. I use Nix though. Nix files. You can even run my version of NeoVim like this if you have a Nix. But you want to look specifically here. It's just one Lua file actually. The only like stuff that I'm doing with Nix is installing the plugins, I guess. But you can see them all here. Here's the link. I'm also using Neovide for the animation of the cursor, which is the front end. Will it work just with the package manager and not the whole NixOS? Yes, I think it should. Yeah, if you just that, yeah, that was my whole point. I want, I used this actually at work because I wanted to use my same NeoVim stuff on Fedora. I just installed the Nix package manager and just run this. Yeah, it should just work. There are some runtime dependencies because like for the language server though, I don't have them embedded with Nix. I could, I guess. Did I write the parser myself? Yeah, everything is done from scratch for this language. Hello there. But if we talk about the parser, I don't know how long have you been watching the stream. The parser is one of them, like, it's not like the most complex thing in this language, I guess, but it's different from other languages because the language is extensible in terms of syntax. So the parser for this language is able to handle new syntax definitions and parse the new syntax. Here's one of the examples of the language, which is called local syntax, I think. We have something here, right? So here's a hello world, right? This syntax is from standard library. Inside of this scope, I define a new syntax, which says like call hello and world. So hello and world are two functions, right? So in this case, call hello world is binding like the first thing to call as A and the second thing to call as B. And this one is another local syntax with basically the same definition, but it has the arguments swapped. So it calls hello world in the other order. So we have like local syntax, scope local syntax too in this language. And then like in addition to like in general being able to customize the syntax. How does the parser work? Recursive descent? I mean, it's recursive. I don't know, like, is it specifically recursive descent, though? Recursive descent is kind of a specific thing, right? I mean, it is recursive, but I don't know. Is my parser actually closer to LR parsing? I don't know. Is LR parsing recursive descent? It's like... What? Let me see. I don't know, like, I was just writing the code. I don't study how other people do things much. There's too much too much words on this page, you know? That's why I never like look it up. I just write my code. And Larry's bottom up. I mean, I can show you the code. Also, I tried writing about the way my stuff works on the website here, the blog, the only entry, the AST parser, right? So it's something like this here. Yeah, this is like a very simplified version of the parser. It's both like a recursive and in a loop here. And also I'm making a data structure with all the syntax nodes as like a tree data structure. Before doing the parsing, actually. I don't know. Does my parser have state? Yes. How do you capture positions of tokens nodes? Well, I mean, lexer is the thing that comes before the parsing. So we have a lexer, which just takes the code and gives me the spent tokens, like a stream of spent tokens, which is like a token itself. There is like a couple of types. And like where it's located in the code. Are you interested in this? Like, how do I get the position and which file did the token came from? You just I don't know, you just give it as an input and then you store it in the spends. What's pick two reader? It's I need two things to pick in front for my parser. So I need to be able not to be able to just pick the next thing, the next character. I think I'm not sure if I'm using this for tokens, but like when I'm reading the file, I need to see the next two things, the next two characters. Do you also preserve these positions when you move from parse-tree to AST? Yeah, so like we have the source code originally as like just a string, then I convert it into a stream of tokens, right? With span information attached. After that, we convert it to the AST. AST looks like this. That's all there is. And in the AST, we have the data, and like that is attached to the AST. The data, it can be span, or I can have other data attached. And then after we have the AST, we are trying to compile the AST into the intermediate representation in the language itself, right? Here's the intermediate representation. So this is where I actually have all the things that is like independent of the syntax already, right? This is where I also have some data attached. So expression data has type information and span information attached to it. So I know where stuff comes from. Yeah. Alright, what was I doing though? Over here, actual stuff. What's going to be your approach for the code generation phase in a no virtual machine or your own from scratch? Like I said, the first implementation is going to be the transpiler to JavaScript. We already had it working in the previous version. I was writing this in OCaml first. We had a very simple, like we had like less features, but I could transpile a hello world into JavaScript. A design decision I'm never sure about. Do you peek, look at the next token, and then advance? Or do you advance and then compare and panic? Does it matter? It doesn't matter. It's not a design decision, right? Like, once... I mean, first of all, you don't want to panic. You probably want to throw the errors and catch them. Because you I mean, it depends. You can panic too, I guess, if there is nothing else to do in case of the error. I don't know. Is there any cases in which you want to preserve the state of the reader in case you found the error during lexing or during like parsing? I don't know. Like, I think it doesn't matter which way you do it. But I'm not like, I'm making my own language, but I know nothing about making languages, alright? I never read any books. I'm too lazy for that. Okay, over here, right? I want to make inference for values. So when I'm making inference for values, I want to match A and B. So the Go compiler only stores one token, which is a look ahead token. It checks the token and only consumes if it's valid. And I'll see other parts advanced first and then error when I can handle it. Well, I mean, technically, like, it depends. If you are doing any backtracking, I know that there is a way to write parsers which also backtrack. I do not backtrack in my parser. I do everything in one linear scan, basically. I never go back. My parser is linear. But you can like write a parser in a try way where you try to parse it as one thing, and if you fail, you go back and you retry to parse it as something else. Never look back. Go compiler panics and recovers the panic. Wait, is that actually the Go way? I thought that's like an anti-pattern in Go. So the Go compiler itself is writing the code in the unidiomatic Go. I see. Told you guys, Go is bad. Alright, so what am I doing here? These are all the different variants, right? Either both of them are inferable. In which case I say inferable make same AB. If A is inferable and B is not inferable, then I say A infer as B. If A is not inferable and B is inferable, I do B infer as A. If both of them are not inferable, then I fail, saying that inferring non-inferables, question mark. Let's try that. A over here is B. You don't understand what's the point of using NeoVide when NeoVim just works? For the animation? Do you not understand what's the point of having animations? What do you mean? NeoVim does not work, and it does not have the smooth scrolling, for example, like this here. Do you not want the smooth scrolling? If not, then sure, don't use the NeoVide. Otherwise, it's literally the same thing. It's just NeoVim. It's literally the only thing that it's adding, the animations. It makes it easier to not lose myself when I'm like jumping around the code. If you want something, then just use Helix, right? Helix is nice, but Helix has less plugins. I prefer Helix out of the box to NeoVim. NeoVim out of the box sucks, but with a lot of plugins, NeoVim is better. There is one thing that is better in Helix, which is like a multi-cursor support. Multi-cursor support in Vim via plugins, as far as I have tried, really sucks. Animations, Broget Kitty, and in the Kitty conf, add cursor trail, that's it. Cursor is not the only thing that's animated in Neovite. Did you miss the part when I showed you the smooth scrolling? Can you have the smooth scrolling with Kitty? Because animation is not the only, cursor is not the only animated thing. I have the windows, which are animated too when I'm opening and closing them. That doesn't really matter too much, but the smooth scrolling is a kind of important. This isn't Odin. Indeed. Why about it? Thank God. Thank God it's not Odin? Is that what you're saying? I didn't watch your full journey with Odin. Are you saying that you hate it? Did you end up rage quitting Odin? What's happened? Infer as. What's the problem here? Question mark has incompatible types. Cannot convert from this to maybe not inferred. Oh, I see. Yeah, I need to and to return a. This B infers A B. It's kind of weird, this code, but it's fine. I'm just saying I want to try Kuvilang. If it was Ginger Bill, I would have been yapping now. How C++ and Zig is better than Odin, and how Odin is Go. I mean, Odin is not Go. There is one thing in Odin that is programming done right. Oh, that's the that's how you market your language. Should I do something similar? I mean, what I say about my language is that it's a first-class programming language. But the programming done right, I don't know which one is better. What else can we do for us? What's a better way to describe our language? I don't know. I'm not sure if I like the current one, the first-class programming language. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but yeah. Programming done better. Like this is the way. Fast is the way. Just have that. It was pretty good. It felt like see some extra things like uninstall your Rust compiler. Yeah, there was this thing in Odin, like I was talking about. They have a thing which is called context. Yeah, context. Where is this? Where's the documentation about it? Implicit context system. There you go. This is the one. This is basically very similar to what I have in my language. Instead, in Odin, this is the implicit context is like a fixed thing. So in the context, they have the allocator. I think that's a good way to like handle allocations. What else do they have there? So the context, right? Context. How do you see it here? Context. Ah. Yeah, there you go. So you have allocator, you have like multiple allocators. You have random generator there, you have logger. So this is done through a context system. The only like problem with Odin is that they have it as an only thing. So we can have like infinite amount of contexts. And we can use whatever we want there. So not only allocators, loggers, and random generators, but this is good. Leave the past, use cast. Nice. I might make mine too. I tried to make one, but I have always messed up with the syntax, so the syntax just restricted me. But I guess I could do something with something. Well, I mean, my syntax, like, I mean, I guess one of the reasons why I didn't, like, enforce a certain syntax, I wanted very easy to change the syntax, right? That's part of the reason why I started making the syntax to be customizable. I think this is a really nice feature to play around with features, right? I can easily change the syntax. I can have multiple syntaxes meaning the same thing, right? Like I can have like operator plus equal, but I can say that like I can like add a sign, right? And this is just gives me a new keyword. If I go to the REPL now, well, I need to finish my compiling, but like I would just be able to use this as my syntax for like instead of plus equal. It's just easy. I know. I think this is really nice for making a language. Not sure how important this is for users because it definitely can be overused. Like similarly to the operator overloading and other things. Okay, what are we doing? When I'm initializing this here, inferred binding to do. Okay, I think I do something like match self impl. If it is value impl not inferable binding, and then we ignore, otherwise we do this. Value infers shape. I mean, if it's not inferable, then I don't care at all, I guess, independently of what it is. And if it is the inferable, then I say that inferable, infer as this shape, yeah. Use of partially moved. Inferable. Do I clone it here? And I do reference. Okay, what is this? Display for value. Match self dot impl. If it is not inferable value, and we do this. If it's inferable value, and we do that. Data moved. Reference Okay, expect type. Get this value as type. Match self sample inferred. What is this? I should just clone this here. Yeah, why not? Expect inferred value shape. Self sample expect inferred. I'll just match here, it's fine. Inferable. Okay, let expect type. No, hold on. I guess I do match self impl. After all. Yeah, I do match impl. If it's inferable, then I match inferable inferred. This is where I get that stuff. And if it's not inferable, then I just say value expect type. What's the problem here? Oh, I have a double match. Okay. All right, and over here I say match self impl. If it's inferable, then I say inferable expect inferred. If it's not inferable value, then I say funny thing / is a merge operator, lol, in Nix. I mean, it's okay. What's so funny about it? Because you're too used to it being a comment. But there are other languages that use / as an operator, like the like Python, for example. You can do / for integer division. Is that also funny? I might use / for something too. I think / as for comments is funny. I mean, I'm used to it, but I don't know. I might change the way my comments work. Right now I'm using hashtags. Same is as for Python. Python is a joke. Yeah, sure. Okay, if I say non-inferable value. By the way, why is it a reference? I think over here I should then take by ownership. I just return okay value here, I think. Should be inferred, yeah. And then I don't do a reference. Ooh, okay. No field actual, inferred. Value inferred. Match self impl. Inferable. Inferable dot inferred Dot okay. Non-verbal value, some value. In this case, we also take by ownership, I guess. Borrow of moved value, because inferred here is moved. What is this? Value, name could not be found. Sure, we clone it here. That's fine. Use a moved value namespace. Namespace inferred. Clone. Sure, that's fine. Use a moved value target. Target is a value because we see it as inferred. Which is we are casting. Sure, cloning is fine here. Use a moved value f. Whole function. Sure, let's say that I'm cloning them. What's a function, by the way? Function, typed function, function, ID, captured, compiled, maybe compiled FN. Yeah, sure. I think that's totally fine. Okay. And let's move out of macro. Because it's expect inferred, sure. I'm okay with cloning here. There's going to be a lot of places where I need to clone, but it's fine. Expanded clone, that stuff. Also, yeah, expect infer just as a result. Yeah, sure, clone, whatever. Value. Expect inferred. Unary negative doesn't work for. Like it should return, give me the value back then on the error or something. Unary negation, but we can clone here, it's totally fine. I can clone here, it's totally fine. Field access. Field access and cloning here is kind of weird. To do. Not clone. So I've moved to value definition. Maybe I should have just like kept the signature the same. If I'm just cloning everywhere, I don't know. Constant. Constant should be able to be cloned. Value tuple. No, when I'm doing pattern matching, I actually do not want to clone things. Right? But got value. I'll clone. To do no clone. Can it move out of target? Target, clone, expect inferred. This is casting value to the target. Okay. Sounds fine. Value. What's value? As to type. To do no clone. Fine for now though. But the amount of clones that I'm doing in my language right now is like huge. It's fine. So all of this was being done to do the mutation, right? Let's see. std print hello. It still works. Amazing. Okay. If I can still print hello world. List and 32 type. This works. Amazing. Okay. So what do I need to do? I want to be able to mutate the lists, right? So I say something like let a is list 0, which is list of int 64, sure. And then I say list mute push. Is that a thing? Yeah, list mute push and 64. We can do list mute push reference to a, and I can push 2, right? There we go. It did type check, but we just did not. I do not have the implementation. To do, I have it in over here. So I have a list reference mutation, right? So I have a mutable value. Finally, I have a mutable value. List mutate. Maybe I should have something like this then. So if I want to mutate a value, it must be a not inferable value, right? So I have something like public function mutate self. It's going to give me a result of a mutable value shape, right? Match self. Hello, can you like I rest and light. Oh wait, okay, it makes sense because I need to match the impl. Like this. If it's inferable, then I'm going to be Irie Bale trying to mutate inferable. And over here, we just say value. Amazing. I mean, okay. Okay, so we do mutate. List ref mutate. Okay, actually, I think this should give me value shape, because since it's mutating, it should already be a value shape and not just a value. I know that it's mutable. So get mut should be return mutable value shape, right? So if I have a value, this should be value mutate. Question mark. Is this NixOS? Yes, it is. Irie result. Can I do a question mark here, like this? Just do Irie. Result. Because there can be other errors now. All right. Ah, wait, I didn't implement it fully yet, right? Mutate. Mutate over here is being used for the lists. So this list, I don't need to mutate it twice now. Why we get the we get this as a value shape already. Welcome back, DevNinja. So I'm going to say match list. Like I want something similar to this. Expect a list. A list is list. Expect list, but I won't expect list mut. Yes. Question mark. And then we say, all right. Expect inferred. Expect tuple. Expect list. So I need like this method, but mutable. Expect list mut. Mute self. Mutable list value. These are not right now stored behind an arc. Oh my god, why did I do this? Oh, we have a to-do. No, don't arc. That's right. So I'm just going to have it to be not an arc anymore. Okay. Why not park? Well, I mean, this is a value. I'm like, the reason I was doing it as an arc, this was just an optimization for it to run faster before I had mutation, so that cloning a list was fast, right? But since I don't actually want cloning a list to be fast, I want mutation instead. We just do this. Values is just a list of values, like that. Expect error. Value is not expected. I have this here to be mutable self. The score. Placeholder is not allowed. Can I use the default? I mean, if I have multiple arguments, then this should work. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Make same. Alright, okay, what is this? This is inferring the lists. Values. It's just not an arc. Values. Values. Dot into iterator. Zip b values into iterator, since I'm consuming them now, right? Map, make same, collect, result. DevNinja working on a card game? No, SDE is shitty. I'm questioning my career choice while building it. What is SDE? I know T2 SDE. Oh, you mean software development engineers in general? Okay. What book did you read to learn how to make compiler? I did not read any books. I just did it. That's it. I prefer learning by doing things from scratch. Yeah, I didn't really read anything. Value shape list. What is this? This is evaluating a list expression. What is this? This is cache. This is list set. Oh, right. List set should also be a different thing. List push. I think list push also should be removed. I only want mutable lists. And by the way, speaking about mutable lists, list dot values dot push new element. There you go. Amazing. Oh, okay. But now I need to do okay. Like that. And then question mark. It's fine. Limited clone. This is list set. So list set also is going to be a different one. List set previously was constructing a new list, similar to mutating by pushing. This is also going to be mutating it in place. So result here is going to be unit. The argument is going to be not just a list, but a type shape reference to a list. Right? Oh, and why is this int 32? Wait, what? Yeah, this is... Oh, no. Int 32 is for the index, that's right. Could make it a named thing instead. To make it easier. It's fine. Clone. Result. List. List is a value. Wait, what? Yeah, list is a value. Because I expect this to be in third. No, it's fine. So this is expected to be a reference. Right. So the list is a list reference. And then I say a list reference, a new value, everything that I have, right? Yeah, so we have list reference mutate. List is list expect list mut question mark, and I say list values get list values get mut index. I mean this thing is over here. List get mut index okay, or else is new value. That's all. And result is value unit. Is it done? Semicolon. Question mark. List values. At first I wanted to use Phaser since TypeScript is the language I'm breathing. Turns out Phaser plus Ecosystem don't have nice grid views. And I wanted to try Godot 4 plus C#. Turns out that Godot 4 cannot export to web with C#. So I would have to use GDScript, which is loosely typed. You have the type stuff in GDScript, right? Similar to Python, has type annotations. And I dislike loosely typed languages. Can you not have like a strict, like similar to same for Python? Can I not have Python have like a strict mode, but like It's not enforced, yeah, but can I not have it enforced? I remember, like, in TypeScript there is, like, a mode which is when the types are also not enforced, right? But then you can make it enforced. That would be nice to have. For sure. Can infer the E. Because you're stupid. Stupid. Values. Don't make the arc here. And over here you're also stupid. Borrow data escapes outside of the closure. List escapes the closure body here. What do you mean? List is a mutable reference to the value shape. Yes. Where do you escape? Can you stop escaping? Borrowed data escapes outside of the closure. List escapes the closure body here. Borrowed data escapes outside the closure. Argument required that one must outlive static. Rust plus microquad. That's a good choice. I'm getting close. It's going to work soon. What's the error here? Expect list. Returns that. Borrow data escapes outside of closure. Where do you... Oh, it's because of the... Okay, I see why. I see why. This is... this actually makes... It's because of the question mark. It's because of the question mark, so because in this result I have a mutable reference. Before it being converted into a report. Yeah, maybe I should... do something... I don't know. Let's try match. Let's try to do this explicitly. It's okay. List. Then list. If it's error, E. I rebail. E. Can I do that? Not really. Return. I report. Return error e dot into. Can I do that? Error e to do. Does it compile in this case? Yeah, it does. So it's because this is in the return expression. Like, I need to first say e is e dot into, and then only then I need to do that. It's a little weird. Isn't that what Rust 2024 is trying to fix. Wait, this still has the error. Yeah. EIRE report. Oh, it's because of the report and the implementation of the from. Oh, that's why. Okay, the error is kind of misleading though. So if I just comment this line, then it's going to compile. All right, I need to change this method signature then. This should not have the thing. I guess what I do is I just say that value self-clone here. That's fine for error reporting. Yeah, whatever. That's good. Okay, what are my warnings? Description is never read. It's fine. Never use, unused, unused, unused. Unused result. Unused result is something that should be used though. Mutate. Oh, we need a double question mark here because we have double result. That's right. And same over here. All right, it's going to work right now. First try, easy. There's one thing that I forgot though. In my standard library, in actual cast language, I need to change the signature for, so list push is no longer existing. List set is now taking a reference to list, and it does not return anything. This returns a unit like that. Right? Let's see. Let A is list 1, 2, 3, which is like int 64. Let's have a float 64. Use std. Here we go. A is 1, 2, 3. List of floats. Sure. So now we do a list push A 4. List push not found. List not push. Expected list float found reference list, right? That makes sense because this must be a reference. Now A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Amazing. I did the mutation. So it's working. What else? We do list set A at index 2 is equal to 100. A is 1 to 104. Easy. Okay. By the way, since this is float, we can do 100.5. And this is actually floats. Nice. Amazing. Okay. I mean, this seems like it works. I guess I don't need to call this list mood push. I just call this list push. Right? Eventually, we want this to be like actual methods, not freestanding functions. Methods are not implemented yet, though. Why isn't 1, 2, 3 inferred as int? So the way numbers work in the language is if I say 1, it's not inferred at all. The reason why it's not inferred at all is because the default number type is none. Like we don't have default number types. All right. If I say 1 int 32, then it will be an int 32. If I say that it's a float, then it's going to be a float. I don't have float 32 yet. In this case, it can do floating point numbers. If it is an int 32, it will say that it's not parsable as an integer, right? So we don't have the defaults, but if you really want to have the defaults, it is customizable. We have examples here because we have like the context system, effect system, right? It works at compilation, at compile time too. Default number type here. So we can do compile time contexts where default number type is something, right? Which means that like you can write like so you can like scope this, and you can have inside a certain scope, a default number is going to be like whatever you want. Default number type is also a function based on a string, so you can make it depend on whether or not it has a dot, right? So for example, this in this scope specifically, since this is the function that is running at compile time, it says if the string representation of the number contains a dot, then it's a float, otherwise it's an int. So like, and then it just works, you know? So yeah, I don't know if this example makes sense to you, but yeah, this example has compile time function evaluation too. So like I am at compile time like parsing this string and inferring its like its type. You was here when I implemented it. All right, nice. So you know what it is. There you go. Okay, I think I just commit this, and yeah, it just works. Everything works. Org. All right, I think it's going to be it for me for today. I need to go now. Good progress. We actually have mutation. That was missing for my advent of code, so that performance was really bad then. But now it's going to be good again. Or at least better. The borrow checker is still not there, but that's going to come at some point. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. You guys want to go somewhere? Specifically, any suggestions? Let's go here.
So we have setup release step.
Zig static site generators. I was looking at other static website generators earlier, but I decided to not work on the website today. Maybe we use this thing instead of Zola. Who knows? Maybe it's good. See you guys next time. Thank you for watching. Bye.